What if the cosmic Ghost Rider landed in the Star Trek universe? It's a question that bridges the gap between two very different worlds. One is filled with advanced starships, alien civilizations, and the hopeful vision of a united federation of planets. The other is home to a lone spirit of vengeance, blazing through the cosmos on a mission of retribution. Now imagine these worlds colliding. In this story, that S, exactly what happens. Frank Castle, better known as the Punisher, and in this reality reborn as the cosmic Ghost Rider, finds himself hurtling into the final frontier. He is a man who made a deal with the devil, and later with cosmic powers beyond imagination. Once a mortal man who lost his family to crime, he became an agent of vengeance endowed with hellish fire. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he took on the power cosmic and became something even more fearsome. A Ghost Rider with the might of a herald of Galactus. As Galactus' herald, he roamed the stars, his already formidable powers amplified to unimaginable levels. Wreathed in flames and armed with an unbreakable chain and otherworldly abilities, Frank Castle's thirst for justice or vengeance knows no bounds. Now, through a twist of fate, or perhaps the design of some higher power, the cosmic Ghost Rider is about to crash into a universe at war. It is the late 24th century, and the Star Trek galaxy is in turmoil. The Federation is in the midst of a desperate conflict known as the Dominion War. Powerful armies from the Gamma Quadrant, the Dominion, led by cold shapeshifters and their fanatic soldiers, have pushed the Federation and its allies to the brink. It is an era with no shortage of epic space battles and great heroism, but also staggering loss. Starfleet officers and Klingon warriors fight side by side against relentless waves of Jem'Hadar ships. Planets burn, and entire fleets clash in the darkness between the stars. This is the world the cosmic Ghost Rider is about to enter, a world on the edge of defeat and despair, where one more weapon or one more hero could tip the scales. But Frank Castle is no ordinary hero. In fact, calling him a hero is questionable. He is more of a force of nature, a being who punishes the guilty without mercy. How will such a man fit into the Federation's ideals of justice and mercy? How will Starfleet react to a flaming, skull-faced vigilante roaming their ships? And what will the Dominion, with all their deadly might, do when faced with an enemy unlike any they've ever seen? The stage is set. Two universes are about to collide in an explosive way. The fate of countless lives will hang in the balance as the cosmic Ghost Rider blazes into Star Trek's final frontier. Buckle up and prepare for a wild ride as we explore what might happen if the spirit of vengeance fought in a galaxy of phasers, starships, and warp drive. The final frontier is about to meet a ghost from another universe, and nothing will ever be the same. Above the planet, Bajor, near the mouth of the Bajoran wormhole, space is alight with phaser fire and exploding torpedoes. Deep Space Nine. The Federation's mighty space station looms in the distance, currently under Dominion occupation. A Federation Klingon task force, led by Captain Benjamin Sisko aboard the USS Defiant, is engaging a formidable Dominion fleet blocking their path. The battle to reclaim Deep Space Nine has begun. On the Defiant's bridge, Captain Sisko grips the armrests of his command chair as the ship shudders under enemy fire. Sparks fly from an overloaded console. Evasive maneuvers! Return fire! All banks! He commands, voice steady but urgent. Lieutenant Dax at the helm twists the agile starship through a gauntlet of green Jem'Hadar Polaron beams. At tactical, Worf growls as he launches a spread of quantum torpedoes that streak out and slam into a Jem'Hadar attack ship, blowing it apart. Yet for every enemy destroyed, 2 more seem to surge forward. A crackle comes over the subspace comm. Rear Admiral Ross, commanding from a Nebula-class ship in the formation, cuts in with urgency. "Defiant, this is Ross. Ben, if you were going to break through, do it now, or we'll have to fall back. We can keep this up." Sisko refuses to concede. He taps his comm badge, jaw set. "Understood, Admiral. We were not done yet. Sisko out. He will not retreat, not when Deep Space Nine and the wormhole are right in front of them, tantalizingly close, but for the wall of enemy fire. He knows the cost if they fail. Countless reinforcements pouring through, the Alpha Quadrant overrun. He won't let that happen. But in that desperate moment, even he cannot see how to turn the tide, not until an unexpected ally intervenes. Back on the Defiant, Sisko and his crew brace as the Dominion forces press their attack. "Captain, our port shields are down to 34, announces Chief O'Brien from the engineering console, struggling to keep the Defiant S systems intact. On the view screen, a Klingon bird of prey erupts into flames under concentrated fire. One of General Martok S ships lost with all hands. The crew S hearts sink, seeing allies perish. The Dominion is pressing hard, determined to stop Sisko S fleet from reaching the station. Aboard the Dominion flagship, a hulking Jem'Hadar battle cruiser, Vorta Commander Weyoun watches the battle unfold with cold confidence. On his screen, he sees the Federation formation faltering. "The Federation is desperate," Weyoun says smoothly to the scarred Cardassian gull at his side. "They want to break through our lines." The Cardassian gull nods, eyes gleaming at the prospect of repelling the counterattack. Deep Space Nine remains under Dominion Cardassian control, and Federation attempts to retake it must not succeed. They prepare to deliver the killing blow to Sisko S offensive. Back on the Defiant, Sisko refuses to give up. Concentrate fire on their lead cruiser. "We have to punch a hole through," he shouts. The Defiant S pulse phasers unleash furious bursts, peppering the shields of the immense Jem'Hadar capital ship ahead. Several Starfleet vessels rally alongside him. The Galaxy-class USS Venture gouges the enemy S flank with its phaser arrays, and 2 Klingon cruisers pour disruptor fire into another Jem'Hadar ship. For a moment, it looks as if they might turn the tide, but the Dominion S numbers are overwhelming. More Jem'Hadar attack ships swoop in, strafing the Defiant. The ship jolts violently. On the bridge, station-keeping thrusters fail, consoles flicker, an alarm wails as another hit breaches the hull on Deck 2. Dr. Bashir down in the infirmary reports casualties. Sisko S jaw tightens. They were still far outnumbered, and the wormhole, their goal, remains heavily guarded. If they cannot reach Deep Space Nine and stop the Dominion S plans, the Dominion will soon bring in massive reinforcements from the Gamma Quadrant. The entire Alpha Quadrant could fall. At that moment, something strange happens. On the Defiant S view screen, a brilliant flash of light appears at the edge of the battle, a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, crackling with blue and orange flames. It's unlike any phenomenon the Starfleet officers have seen before. "Captain, reading a sudden energy surge, bearing 047 Mark 120, Dax reports, eyes widening at her console. I don't know what it is. It looks like a tear in space-time." Before Sisko can respond, an object rockets out of the rift with blinding speed. Streaking toward the battle, It appears first as a comet of fire. As it nears, sensors struggle to make sense of it. "I am detecting a life form at the center of that whatever it is," Dax says, baffled. "A humanoid life sign and extremely high energy readings. Captain, it's heading straight for the Dominion fleet." On the Dominion flagship, Wei-Yun and his bridge crew also notice the new arrival. "What is that?" Wei-Yun exclaims, leaning forward with uncharacteristic alarm creeping into his voice. The Jem'Hadar, first at tactical snarls. Unsure how to classify this new target, the sensor readings are inexplicable. The being registers like a living star. Wei-Yun's confidence falters as he barks. "All ships, focus fire on that anomaly. Now." In space, dozens of Dominion vessels pivot and unleash a torrent of energy beams and torpedoes at the lone rider. Streams of deadly Polaron bolts converge on him. But the cosmic Ghost Rider does not slow. Frank Castle grits his teeth, or what remains of them in his skeletal form, and plows straight through the barrage. Explosions blossom around him as torpedoes detonate, but when the flash clears, he is still coming, untouched. Protected by the infernal power surging through him, he is nearly invulnerable to such attacks. Blazing with cosmic hellfire, he lets out a terrifying laugh that crackles over open comm channels, a sound like a roaring furnace mixed with a predator-esque growl. The crew of the Defiant watches in awe and confusion. Did that man just shrug off direct hits from half a dozen Jem'Hadar ships? In nothing but a flaming open craft? Bashir says aloud, unable to tear his eyes from the view screen. Worf's eyes widen with something like respect. "Incredible," he mutters under his breath. Within moments, the cosmic Ghost Rider reaches the nearest Jem'Hadar fighters. He swings his fiery chain in a wide arc. The chain extends impossibly, dozens of meters long, slashing through the vacuum. When it connects with the first Jem'Hadar attack ship, it shears the vessel S-wing clean off as if it were made of paper. The small attack ship spirals out of control and explodes. Ghost Rider barrels through the explosion, flames only burning brighter. He twists in mid-flight, maneuvering his mystical motorcycle with a mere thought. Dodging an oncoming pair of torpedoes, he flicks his wrist and sends his chain hurtling forward again. The chain spears through a second Jem'Hadar fighter-S forward hull, punching through its shields like they weren't even there. With a yank of his chain, Ghost Rider literally drags the stricken ship through space and hurls it into another enemy vessel beside it. Both craft collide and erupt in a ball of fire. On the Defiant, a cheer erupts from some of the bridge crew as they see the Dominion formation beginning to break apart in confusion. "Whoever that is, he's on our side," Dax calls out with cautious optimism. Sisko, still baffled by what he's seeing, quickly assesses the tactical situation. The Dominion ships that had been focusing on his fleet are now panicking and redirecting toward this new, unexpected attacker. "All ships, advance now. Punch through their line while they re-disorganized," Sisko orders firmly. The Federation Klingon fleet doesn't hesitate. Engines flare and the Allied ships surge forward, firing all weapons. They take full advantage as the Dominion Fleet-S tight formation unravels under Ghost Rider-S onslaught. As Sisko-S fleet drives toward Deep Space Nine, the cosmic Ghost Rider continues his onslaught among the enemy ranks. A Jem'Hadar battlecruiser, bristling with weapons, zeroes in on the fiery intruder. It fires a sustained blast from its main beam cannon, striking Ghost Rider head-on. For an instant, The blaze around him is obscured by a blinding violet beam. Wei-Yun, watching a tactical display, allows a thin smile, thinking the threat neutralized. But a heartbeat later, the energy disperses, and Ghost Rider is still there, unharmed, his hellfire aura blazing even brighter. The flaming skull turns toward the battlecruiser that dared to shoot him, as if finally noticing it. On the Dominion Cruiser S bridge, the Vorta Commander S smug look turns to panic as he sees the being he just hit is not only alive, but now coming for him. Ghost Rider S hollow eye sockets burn with wrath. He stretches out one arm, and from his skeletal hand blasts a stream of incandescent hellfire, mixed with the power cosmic coursing through him. The stream of Viu flame lances through space and strikes the battlecruiser as shields. In seconds, those shields strong enough to withstand multiple photon torpedoes bubble and melt under the onslaught of supernatural flame. The shield bubble collapses, glowing red-hot from the heat. With another gesture, Ghost Rider intensifies the blast. The battlecruiser S armored hull, built to endure the rigors of war, begins to liquefy and run like molten metal. The massive ship cracks apart, its internal atmosphere venting explosively. Secondary blasts rip through its length as ghostly flame invades its decks. In one final spectacular explosion, the mighty warship is torn apart. Debris scatters in all directions, some pieces still burning with eerie flames that refuse to die in the vacuum. Wei-Yun's eyes widen as one of his largest ships is obliterated by this single, terrifying entity. "Impossible," he whispers. His earlier confidence is utterly shattered. This was no mere anomaly, it is a living weapon, and it is decimating his fleet. The Dominion formation wavers. Some Jem'Hadar, bred to feel no fear, hesitate as a foreign emotion works its way into their minds, the faintest hint of dread. Meanwhile, Cisco-S fleet exploits the enemy-S confusion. The Defiant leads several ships through the gap in the Dominion line. Phaser beams and torpedoes from Starfleet and Klingon vessels savage the remaining Cardassian escorts protecting the station. One Cardassian Galore-class cruiser takes heavy hits and drifts, fires raging across its hull. Martok S. Rotaran impales a Jem'Hadar fighter with disruptor fire, then rams another head-on, the Klingon crew roaring in bloodlust as both ships break apart. On Deep Space Nine itself, chaos reigns. Gul Dukat, in command of the Station S occupation forces, stares at the tactical displays in ops in disbelief and fury. Moments ago, everything was under control. The Federation attack was being repelled. Now, reports are flooding in. An unknown fire entity is tearing through their ships, and the Federation fleet has broken through the perimeter. Dukat-S face contorts with rage. He had promised victory to his Dominion allies, and now an unanticipated wild card threatens it all. Beside him, Wei-Yun appears on a comm screen from his beleaguered flagship, looking frantic. "Dukat, the Federation fleet is closing on the station. We have to fall back, regroup at a defensive perimeter," the Vorta urges. Dukat slams a fist on the console. "No, we hold this station," he barks, unwilling to relinquish his prize. "Order our reinforcements to come through the wormhole now." But the wormhole remains closed off by the minefield Starfleet deployed earlier in the war. Dominion engineers on DS9 have been laboring to dismantle it, but time has run out. As Dukat opens his mouth to give another order, a massive explosion rocks Deep Space Nine. The ops crew stumble, the lights flicker. A cheer goes up from the few Starfleet and Bajoran resistance fighters. Hidden around the station clearly, Something big has just been destroyed outside. Through a viewport, Ducat sees flaming wreckage drifting by. The remains of what was once the impenetrable Dominion flagship, now just scrap metal. His eyes widen and his confidence quavers. "What in the name of the founders did that?" he hisses. Before anyone can answer, the Station S internal sensors trigger an alarm. One of the docking bay airlocks on the promenade has just been forcibly opened. Something or someone has breached the Station S hull from outside without using the normal docking procedures. On the promenade, a squad of Jem'Hadar soldiers rush toward the airlock, weapons ready, responding to the breach. The door is partially melted, glowing orange hot and bulged outward as if hit by an intense heat from the other side. With a screech of tortured metal, the airlock door suddenly bursts from its frame. It flies across the promenade and smashes into two Jem'Hadar, crushing them instantly. In the smoking entryway stands the cosmic Ghost Rider, flames licking around him. He steps forward onto the deck plating, his boot heels clanging ominously. His cosmic motorcycle has vanished for now, perhaps dismissed by his will, or waiting in some infernal pocket dimension, and in his hand he grips that fiery chain, its length coiled around his upper body like a serpent ready to strike. The Jem'Hadar recover from their shock and open fire. Orange pulses of energy from their rifles tear through the promenade's air, converging on the intruder. Ghost Rider doesn't even flinch. Several blasts hit him square in the chest, but they do nothing except make small ripples in the flames cloaking his black armored body. He tilts his head, empty eye sockets fixing on the Jem'Hadar. Even without eyes, his gaze somehow radiates an intense presence, the weight of doom itself. A low, gravelly voice echoes across the promenade, issuing from the flaming skull. "It is time to pay for your sins." The cosmic Ghost Rider's words send a chill through even these genetically engineered soldiers who claim not to feel fear. Nothing in their programming prepared them for a sight like this. Ghost Rider moves like a force of nature. In a blur, he lashes out with his hellfire chain. The burning chain whips across the promenade in an arc of light. Where it strikes, Jem'Hadar soldiers are cut down or ignited in hellfire. One Jem'Hadar, bold and unwavering, charges through the flames, determined to engage the intruder in hand-to-hand combat since energy weapons have failed. He swings a brutal car-taken blade at Ghost Rider. Frank catches the blade mid-swing with one gloved hand. The blade capable of cutting through steel cannot penetrate the cosmic Ghost Rider's grasp. Frank's flaming skeletal grin seems to widen in a macabre smile as he snaps the blade in half. With his other hand, he grabs the Jem'Hadar by the throat. The soldier struggles, snarling face to face with the fiery skull. For an instant, Ghost Rider peers into the alien's eyes. In that moment, the Jem'Hadar sees reflected in the black voids of that skull all the death and suffering his kind has caused. The soldier's ferocity falters, replaced by sudden horror. Ghost Rider's penance stare begins to take hold, but Frank decides to end it quickly this time. "No soul to redeem," he growls, sensing the engineered nature of this being, bred only to kill. His grip tightens and hellfire envelops the Jem'Hadar. With an unearthly roar, the soldier is engulfed in flame from the inside out, reduced to ashes that scatter across the deck. Throughout the promenade, scattered Starfleet personnel and Bajoran civilians, those who had been under Dominion occupation for months, watch in astonishment. Some had taken cover when the shooting started. Now they peek out to see the ghostly figure dispatching the feared Jem'Hadar as if they were nothing. Quark, peering from behind his bar, goes slack-jawed at the sight. "I am definitely not getting involved with that," he mutters to himself, trembling as he ducks back down. With the immediate squad of defenders defeated, Ghost Rider strides toward a turbolift, intent on reaching Ops, where he senses the heart of the enemy-S command. In Ops, Gul Dukat and his remaining Cardassian and Jem'Hadar officers frantically coordinate last defenses. One Cardassian officer shouts that the Federation has beamed teams aboard the lower levels. Phaser fire can already be heard in the distance as Cisco-S strike teams, aided by Bajoran resistance fighters like Major Kira, engage pockets of Dominion troops deck by deck. Kira Nerys leading a group of Bajoran militiamen and Starfleet security storms through a corridor one level below Ops. Phaser rifle in hand, she dispatches a Cardassian soldier who pops out from cover. Her team pushes upward, trying to reach Ops and take back command of the station. Over her comm badge, she hears Odo's gravelly voice coordinating security sweeps to root out enemy holdouts. The fighting is fierce, the Dominion isn't surrendering easily. Suddenly, the doors to Ops slide open with a bang. The cosmic Ghost Rider steps out of the turbolift and into Ops itself, flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Dukat and the others whirl to face this new threat. The Cardassian Ghoul-S eyes go wide at the sight of the flaming skull-headed figure, a being straight out of Terran nightmares. A pair of Jem'Hadar charge without hesitation, firing their rifles. Ghost Rider flicks his chain, knocking their weapons aside. With a swift motion, he grabs one charging Jem'Hadar by the head and slams him into the deck, cracking the floor. The soldier lies still, neck broken. The other Jem'Hadar tries to tackle Ghost Rider, but Frank hurls him across Ops. The soldier crashes into a control console and doesn't rise. For the first time in the war, Dukat feels true fear slithering into his heart. Yet, being who he is, he masks it with anger and indignation. "What manner of demon are you?" he spits, drawing his own sidearm. He fires a Cardassian disruptor pistol point blank into Ghost Rider-S chest. The green energy bolt strikes with a sizzle, burning away some fabric on the Rider-S charred jacket, but doing nothing to slow him. Ghost Rider-S burning eye sockets settle on Dukat. Frank Castle remembers the psychic imprint of suffering he felt the moment he set foot on this station. Echoes of the innocent blood spilled here. He doesn't know Dukat by name yet, but he can see the aura of guilt and cruelty clinging to him. It's practically oozing from the man. This Cardassian has much to answer for. Ghost Rider's voice rasps low and dangerous. "Gul Dukat, you've spilled innocent blood by the gallon. Your soul is stained with it." Dukat sneers defiantly, even as sweat beads on his brow. "I did what I had to do for my people for Cardassia. I have no regrets," he says, though his voice quavers at the sheer presence of the fiery specter looming over him. He braces to fire again, but in a flash, the Ghost Rider-S blazing chain snaps out. It coils around Dukat-S wrist and weapon like a living snake. With a yank, Ghost Rider wrenches the pistol from Dukat-S grasp and sends it skittering across the floor, the metal glowing red hot from contact with the chain. Dukat-S facade of bravado cracks. "You think you can frighten me, monster?" he snarls, backing away as Ghost Rider advances step by step. Ghost Rider offers no further words. Instead, he whips his chain free of Dukat-S wrist and then lashes out again, this time wrapping the flaming chain around Ducat's torso, pinning his arms to his sides. Ducat cries out as the intense heat burns through his uniform and scorches his skin. He drops to his knees, face contorted in pain and fear. Ghost Rider towers over him, merciless. The few remaining Cardassian personnel and ops scramble away, one fleeing into the corridor only to be stunned by Kira's team just outside. Weyoun's image has vanished from the comm screen, likely the Vorta fled his own bridge, or was attempting to. Now in ops, it's just Ghost Rider and Ducat, and a couple of terrified lower-ranking Dominion technicians cowering at their stations, unsure whether to fight or flee. Flames reflect in Ducat's wild eyes as Ghost Rider reaches down and grabs the Cardassian by the collar. "Look into my eyes," the rider intones, voice echoing as if amplified by unseen powers. Ducat struggles, clamping his eyes shut. Somehow he knows that meeting that gaze means something terrible. "No," Ducat groans, trying to wrench free. But Ghost Rider's strength is unyielding. He forces Ducat's face up and locks eyes with him. At that moment, Gul Dukat's world becomes a living hell. The penance stare hits him full force. To Ducat, time seems to stop as he's plunged into a vortex of anguish. He suddenly feels the collective pain and suffering of every victim who ever fell prey to his ambition. He sees, in searing flashes, the terrified faces of Bajoran villagers rounded up during the occupation, hears their screams as he ordered their executions. He feels the despair of each family torn apart under his rule, the agony of every life extinguished because of his decisions. He experiences the horror of his own beloved daughter Zial's final moments as she was gunned down, an event brought about by his choices. Every atrocity, every betrayal, every drop of innocent blood he spilled comes rushing back to drown him in an ocean of sorrow and pain. Dukat's mouth opens in a silent scream as the unbearable weight of guilt crushes him from within. Bloody tears streak down his face as Ghost Rider keeps their gazes locked. The Cardassian's once proud mind shatters under the onslaught. After a few endless seconds, Ghost Rider breaks the stare and releases him. The flaming chain loosens and slides off, clattering to the floor. Gul Dukat collapses onto the deck of ops, gibbering and broken. His eyes stare sightlessly, and he whimpers incoherently, utterly ruined by the penance stare. The man who once held an entire planet in fear now lies shaking like a leaf, lost in a nightmare only he can see. Major Kira and her team rush into ops just in time to witness the end of this confrontation. Kira sees Ducat on the floor. She keeps her phaser trained on him, but it is immediately clear he is no threat now. She looks from the trembling, defeated Ducat to the flaming skull figure standing over him. Kira's heart is pounding. She has long dreamed of making Ducat pay for his crimes, and here this stranger has done something to him. She is not sure what, but Ducat looks half dead already. Ghost Rider turns his head toward Kira and the Starfleet security officers who have stormed in behind her. For a tense second, everyone in the room has weapons aimed at him, unsure of his intentions. Kira lifts a hand, signaling her people to hold fire. She's breathing hard from the fight, eyes full of adrenaline and confusion. Who are you?" she manages to ask, voice equal parts grateful and wary. Before Ghost Rider can answer, Captain Sisko strides in moments later. Phaser rifle in hand, he's flanked by Worf and Chief O'Brien, all looking battle-worn but determined. They take in the surreal scene. Ops filled with flickering consoles and smoke, Ducat curled on the floor in a fetal position, and at the center of it all, this flaming skeletal figure. Sisko's first instinct is to protect his crew. Though this fiery rider helped them in space, he has still an unknown variable. Sisko trains his rifle on Ghost Rider, but doesn't fire. His eyes meet the empty, burning sockets of the Rider's skull. Neither man, if man even applies to Ghost Rider, flinches. Finally, Ghost Rider speaks, his voice reverberating off the ops walls. "Name's Frank Castle," he says slowly, tone as cold as the void and as hot as the flames that crown him. "Some call me the Ghost Rider. I am here to punish the guilty." Sisko carefully lowers his rifle, motioning for his people to do the same. He senses no hostile intent directed at them. The Rider's wrath was for the Dominion. And indeed, Sisko and his crew have just witnessed this being annihilate their enemies in spectacular fashion. Still, Sisko's expression remains cautious. "I am Captain Benjamin Sisko of the United Federation of Planets. You have my thanks for your help." He glances down at Ducat's whimpering form, then back at Ghost Rider. "Though I must say, you were unlike any ally I've ever met." A faint flicker, perhaps humor, crosses Ghost Rider's eerie visage, a brief dimming of his flames. "Not the strangest thing I've ever heard," he replies, voice dry. That might be the closest thing to a joke from him, delivered in a deadpan rumble. Worf steps up beside Sisko, eyeing Ghost Rider with a mix of awe and caution. As a Klingon, Worf isn't easily impressed, but the way this being fought resonates with his warrior spirit. "You fought with honor and ferocity," Worf rumbles. In Klingon culture, fiery specters are figures of legend. Worf vaguely recalls old tales of Kaskari fire demons, but keeps that thought to himself. Ghost Rider gives Worf a respectful nod, recognizing a fellow warrior's acknowledgement. Major Kira, however, is focused on Ducat. She steps closer to the fallen gull, who continues to moan softly on the floor. She nudges him with the toe of her boot, but he only flinches and babbles in terror. It's as if he's trapped in a waking nightmare. Kira almost smiles after all the suffering this man caused her people. Seeing him broken brings her a grim satisfaction. She turns to Ghost Rider. "Whatever you did to him, he deserved it," she says bluntly. There's not a shred of pity in her voice for Ducat's condition. Before more can be said, a sudden klaxon whoops through ops. It's the station's alert for a security breach. Everyone tenses. Odo's voice comes through the comm. "Security to the promenade, we have a shapeshifter detected near the habitat ring." The irony of the Changeling security chief calling out a Changeling intruder isn't lost on anyone. Phaser fire can be heard over the open channel before the transmission cuts. "A founder saboteur," Sisko snaps, immediately on alert. It makes sense the founders would likely leave one of their own behind as a spy or a last-ditch weapon. Perhaps one remained hidden when Dominion forces seized the station, waiting to cause maximum damage if things went poorly. If a founder is loose on the station now, it could try to sabotage critical systems or even destroy the wormhole itself. Without a word, Ghost Rider's flames flare brighter. He lifts his head slightly, as if sniffing the air like a supernatural bloodhound catching a scent. In truth, he can sense it. A presence of malevolent intent slithering through the corridors below, leaving a psychic residue of guilt and malice. This founder might not feel guilt the way humans do, but its plan to commit mass murder carries weight Ghost Rider can detect, and he knows innocent lives are at stake if it succeeds. "I sense it. It want to get far," Ghost Rider growls. Before the Starfleet officers can even react, the cosmic Ghost Rider moves. He leaps over a console and bounds out of ops in a trail of embers, astonishingly fast for a being encased in heavy leather and armor. Sisko wastes no time. "After him! Go!" he barks, motioning Worf and a pair of security officers to follow. Kira stays behind to secure ops and finally slaps a set of restraints on Dukat. Not that the broken gull is coherent enough to resist. Sisko, Worf, and 2 security crew sprint after the Ghost Rider. Down in the habitat ring, a lone Starfleet officer sprints at inhuman speed. His form flickers and ripples. For an instant, his face blurs into a featureless, gelatinous visage, then solidifies back into the appearance of a human ensign. The Founder, a shapeshifter, has been hiding among the Station S population, awaiting its moment. With the station lost, it now seeks to enact one final act of destruction. Within its gelatinous body, it carries a small but powerful Polaron explosive, stolen from Dominion stores. If it can reach a critical junction, perhaps the fusion reactors or the life support controls it will detonate, taking many of the Station S liberators with it and crippling Deep Space Nine. However, the changeling suddenly senses something pursuing it, something hot, fast, and unforgiving. Rounding a corner, still disguised as a human ensign, the changeling glances back and sees a glow of fire down the corridor behind it. The light grows brighter, reflecting off the metal walls. Then it hears heavy footfalls and the clink of a chain dragging along the deck. Realizing stealth is useless now, the Founder abandons the disguise. The ensign melts away into a tall, liquid humanoid shape of bronze-tinted goo, the Changeling S natural form approximating a humanoid. It stretches an arm into a sharp-edged tentacle and slices open a maintenance hatch, slipping inside the Jeffries tube network to lose its pursuer in the maze of conduits. It oozes and flows quickly through narrow passages, heading for the reactor control room in the next section. If it triggers an overload there, the entire habitat ring will blow. The Founder-S final spiteful thought is to deny the Federation its prize and take as many solids with it as possible. But the cosmic Ghost Rider has no intention of letting that happen. He stalks the corridors, following the trail of malice like a hound on a scent. He can see the changeling through walls, but he can sense the foul intent and the psychic stench of war crimes that cling to this Founder. Ghost Rider S boots clang as he marches forward. He pauses, listening intently. A faint metal scrape echoes from the ducts above the changeling on the move. With preternatural strength, Frank punches upward into the ceiling panel. Metal buckles as his flaming fist bursts into the Jeffries tube above. He peers with glowing eyes and catches a glimpse of a glistening fluid form rushing away through the tight crawl space. Patience is not the Ghost Rider S style. He takes a step back in the corridor, focuses for an instant, and in a roar of flame summons his hellfire-infused motorcycle once more. The bike materializes around him in an eruption of fire. Its tires blaze, engine revving with a sound like distant thunder. The motorcycle shouldn't even fit in these confined halls, but perhaps reality bends to the rider's infernal will, because the flaming bike is suddenly there beneath him. He guns the throttle. The bike leaps forward, and Ghost Rider races straight into the wall, or so it seems. In truth, he is using one of the uncanny abilities granted by his curse, the power to traverse dimensions or phase through barriers for brief moments. The motorcycle and rider become a streak of hellish light, that passes through the bulkhead and into the maintenance shafts like a ghost. With a bone-rattling crack, as air rushes in to fill the space he slipped through, he appears deeper inside the tube network, just ahead of where the changeling is heading. The changeling bursts out of a vent into a reactor-control junction, a small room dense with plasma conduits and computer cores that manage the Station S main power. If it manages to sabotage the reactor here, the station could suffer a catastrophic meltdown. The founder reforms an appendage, stretching it toward the console to initiate an overload. Suddenly, a flaming chain whips out of nowhere and wraps around its extended limb. The changeling recoils in shock. Ghost Rider stands behind it, having literally emerged through the wall on his infernal bike. He dismounts in one swift motion, tugging the chain that now binds the changeling-S amorphous arm. "Caught you," he rasps. Desperate, the changeling abandons all pretense of solidity and loses cohesive form. It tries to slither free by liquefying its body, the captured limb turning to liquid to slip out of the chain-S grasp. But the hellfire imbued in the chain sears even its liquid flesh. The creature sizzles, bits of its morphogenic matrix, charring as if burned by acid. It lets out a gurgling cry, a sound of both pain and fury. No ordinary flame could hurt a shapeshifter in its gelatinous state so badly, but this is no ordinary flame. This is hellfire, burning the very essence of its target. The changeling reshapes wildly, morphing into a large, jagged, crystalline form in an instinctive attempt to break the chain. Then, just as quickly, it morphs again into a ferocious, snarling beast, vaguely feline, with multiple limbs and jaws, a nightmare creature drawn from the Founder-S study of various Alpha Quadrant predators. It lunges at Ghost Rider, hoping brute force can do what phasing could not. Ghost Rider braces as the changeling beast pounces, claws outstretched. The creature slams into him, actually pushing him a step back. Its semi-fluid claws rake across Ghost Rider-S torso, screeching against his armor. They leave glowing furrows but don't penetrate. Frank grunts the hit was powerful, enough to stagger a starship door, but he holds firm. In retaliation, he wraps his chain tighter around what approximates the creature-S neck. Flame surges along the links, transferring into the changeling-S form. The beast howls as parts of its amorphous body begin boiling under the supernatural heat. Ghost Rider then does something unexpected. He releases the chain entirely and thrusts his skeletal hand directly into the chest of the beast. His hand plunges into the changeling-A semi-solid mass, and channeled through that hand is the full measure of his hellfire. He begins to heat the creature from the inside out. Steam and bubbles form in the changeling-S body. The Founder thrashes wildly, trying to pull away, but Ghost Rider-S grip is like iron, pinning it against a bulkhead. By this time, Cisco and Worf have arrived outside the reactor room with their security team. They pry the door open to behold an incredible sight. In the dim red emergency lights, the cosmic Ghost Rider wrestles a horrific shape-shifting monster wreathed in flames. The Starfleet officers hesitate, weapons raised but no clear shot without risking hitting Ghost Rider. Inside, the changeling is weakening. It shifts forms frantically from beast to liquid, to a mirror image of Ghost Rider himself in a mocking attempt, then to the form of a terrified Bajoran child, trying anything to evoke mercy or hesitation. But Frank Castle's Mercy died long ago with his family. He knows this is no child. It is pure deceit. His flaming eyes bore into the changeling's current guise. "No more games," he snarls. With a final surge of effort, Ghost Rider channels an inferno of hellfire directly through the hand impaling the founder. In a brilliant flash, the changeling's entire body ignites in unnatural flame. The creature lets out a screech that echoes through the corridors. Its form, usually resilient and fluid, blackens and chars like tar boiling over a fire. In seconds, what was once a living shapeshifter is reduced to a smoldering heap of carbonized residue on the floor. Ghost Rider rises from the blackened puddle, flames around him subsiding back to their usual aura. His chain rattles as he recoils it around his torso. The deed is done, the saboteur is no more. Cisco steps forward into the room, lowering his phaser slowly, eyes wide in astonishment. Worf follows, similarly awestruck. The two security officers behind them exchange looks. One mutters under his breath, "Remind me never to get on his bad side," and his partner vigorously nods. Cisco takes in the scene. Scorched wall panels, the acrid smell of burnt changeling lingering in the air, and the towering Ghost Rider standing amid it all. Cisco, ever the commanding officer, regains his composure. He nods to Ghost Rider. "Thank you. You may have just saved this station and everyone on it from a very nasty surprise." Ghost Rider gives a single curt nod. "It was trying to slaughter innocents as a final act. I couldn't have let that stand." Worf steps over to the charred residue that was the changeling. He prods it with the tip of his boot, verifying it as truly dead. He then looks to Ghost Rider. There is a flame reflected in the Klingon's eyes, but it is one of respect. "A glorious hunt," Worf says gruffly, almost approving. "That creature was cunning. You were more so." Ghost Rider says nothing to the compliment, simply finishing the rewrapping of his chain across his chest. The adrenaline of battle is ebbing, and with all immediate threats eliminated, attention turns to what comes next. Within the next hour, Deep Space Nine is firmly back in Federation hands. Cisco's combined forces have secured the station, rounding up surrendering Cardassian troops and the few surviving Jem'Hadar who didn't fight to the death. The Federation flag is raised once more in ops, and Starfleet personnel begin restoring systems to working order. There's a feeling of victory in the air, hard-won and bittersweet, given the losses endured to get here. Captain Cisco convenes a quick meeting in the wardroom, the station's briefing room off ops. Around the table sit key figures from the battle, Cisco himself at the head, Major Kira, uniform scuffed, but eyes shining with relief. Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax, sporting a few bruises, but smiling. Chief O'Brien looking exhausted, but pleased as he is already working to get station systems back online. And Worf, standing with arms crossed in quiet pride. Also at the table are some unusual additions. General Martok, who transported over from his Klingon flagship once the fighting subsided to join the discussion, and Odo, who as head of security has much to report, including the demise of a fellow changeling at Ghost Rider's hands. Odo's expression is hard to read, perhaps a mix of gratitude and sadness. He, above all, understands what that founder intended to do and why it had to be stopped. Despite the informality of the gathering, Cisco stands to address them. He recounts the EAZ operation for the official log. Deep Space Nine has been retaken, he says, trying to keep the weariness from his voice. We prevented the Dominion from bringing reinforcements through the wormhole, thanks in large part to our unexpected friend here. He nods toward Ghost Rider. Martok lets out a hearty chuckle, lifting a tankard of blood wine he has brought with him. Friend, foe, demon, whatever he may be, I would ride into battle with him any day, the Klingon general declares. He thumps his fist on the table for emphasis. Martok's one remaining eye, the other hidden behind a patch, gleams with warrior-esque admiration. Tell me, Ryder, have you ever considered fighting for the Klingon Empire? I could use a soldier like you. He flashes a toothy grin, half joking, half serious. Ghost Rider tilts his head slightly, as if amused. Heh. Appreciate the offer, General, he replies, voice echoing in the chamber. But I don't exactly enlist. I go where I am needed or wherever fate drags me. The words carry weight. Frank still isn't entirely sure why or how he was brought to this universe, only that once here, his purpose revealed itself. Dax leans forward on her elbows, curiosity all over her trill features. Speaking of which, perhaps you could tell us how you got here. One moment we were neck deep in trouble, and then you appeared out of nowhere like a knight on a fiery steed. Her tone is warm, the scientist in her clearly intrigued by his interdimensional arrival. Frank takes a moment, the flames on his skull face flickering lower as though in thought. Last thing I remember from before, he begins slowly. I was in a different fight, in another universe. Chasing down a very bad man, doesn't matter who. Things got messy. There was an explosion, some kind of tear in reality. Next thing I know, I'm flying through a tunnel of light, seeing new stars around me. I landed right in the middle of your battle. He shakes his head. If I didn't know better, I'd just say someone or something wanted me here exactly at that moment. Sisko and Dax exchange a quick glance. The mention of a tear in reality isn't unheard of. Wormholes, dimensional rifts, omnipotent beings like Q, any could be involved. Sisko tucks that thought away. It raises the question of whether a higher power, perhaps the prophets of Bajor's wormhole, had a hand in delivering this being to their aid. Odo speaks up, his tone measured and gravely serious. You said you punished the guilty. You certainly did that to Dukat and that changeling. He pauses, meeting the Ghost Rider's burning gaze with his own thoughtful eyes. As a changeling myself, a founder, as the Dominion calls us, I have to ask, how do you decide who is guilty? The room falls silent. It is a bold question, but typical of Odo's direct nature. Everyone knows Odo's unique position. He is one of the enemy S species, yet loyal to the station and his own sense of justice. Ghost Rider doesn't hesitate long. I sense it, replies quietly. Call it a curse or a gift, but I can see the sins a being has committed. When someone is guilty of great evil, it is like they radiated, especially those who feel no remorse. Their souls are damned, tainted. Dukat, that changeling, countless others I've met, they all stank of guilt. He turns his head slightly toward Odo. You were different. You've done things you regret, haven't you? But you strive to atone. You protect the innocent. I sense guilt in you, yes, but also sorrow and resolve. You are not beyond redemption. Odo's usually stern face registers surprise. Perhaps he wasn't expecting such a candid, almost compassionate answer from this terrifying figure. The shapeshifter nods slowly, clearly relieved that the rider doesn't see him as just another monster to be vanquished. Around the table, a few people exhale. Subconsciously, some had worried how Ghost Rider might view Odo, given he is a founder by race. But it seems that issue is settled without conflict. Captain Sisko clears his throat. Well, Mr. Castle or Ghost Rider, if you prefer whatever the circumstances of your arrival, you have our gratitude. You turned the tide of battle, saved Deep Space Nine, and likely spared the Alpha Quadrant from an imminent flood of enemy reinforcements. He allows himself a small smile. That's no small achievement for one man. Ghost Rider just shrugs. I've been known to hit above my weight, he says plainly, as if it were nothing remarkable. Martok lets out a loud guffaw at the understatement. Kira interjects, arms crossed. We should remember the war isn't over yet. The Dominion still has a massive presence on the other side of the wormhole. They'll regroup and send more forces, bigger fleets, whatever it takes. We need to use this momentum to our advantage. Her matter-of-fact assessment drops a somber note on the gathering. They all know the Dominion War has been a grueling slog, and one victory, however significant, doesn't end it overnight. Sisko nods firmly. Major Kira is right. The Dominion in the Gamma Quadrant is likely reeling from this defeat, but they will not give up. They may even send another armada as soon as they can. We have to consider taking the fight to them to ensure they can threaten us again. He looks around at his officers and allies, and finally at Ghost Rider. An idea is clearly forming in his mind. We strike them where it hurts, perhaps even at their leadership. General Martok bares his teeth in a predatory grin. Ha! Now you speak my language, Captain. Strike them before they recover. Give them a taste of their own medicine. He slams his fist on the table, fired up. Dax raises a practical point. We have control of the wormhole now, but we can't exactly send a whole fleet through without risking heavy losses. They still have huge numbers on their side. She glances toward Ghost Rider. But we have someone they don T. All eyes turn to Frank. Ghost Rider S flames, cast reflections on the tabletop as he considers. Truth be told, the idea of going on the offensive appeals to the Punisher in him. A chance to directly confront the masterminds of this war, to punish the founders who ordered genocide that speaks to his very purpose. If you were asking what I think, Ghost Rider says slowly, I say Don T give those Dominion bastards time to breathe. We hit them hard, take out their leadership, end this war at the source. A beat of silence, and then Sisko nods, determination set in his face. Agreed. It is risky, but with you on our side, our chances are a lot better. We want to send a huge fleet, just a strike force of our best. The Defiant for one, Martok S. Rotaran as well, and a few others that can still fight. We go through the wormhole and target their command and control. Kira leans forward, voice firm. We should strike the founders themselves, if possible, the Great Link. She glances at Odo apologetically, acknowledging how personal that is to him. If they lose their leadership, the Vorta and Jem'Hadar might give up. Odo's brow furrows. He doesn't like the idea of harming the Great Link, it is his people, after all, misguided as they are. But he also knows what's at stake. It wouldn't be easy to reach the Great Link, he admits. It is heavily guarded, deep in their territory. But he looks to Ghost Rider. With him, maybe just maybe. Ghost Rider doesn't flinch. Wherever they are, I can go. And I promise you, whoever is responsible for all the carnage they unleashed, they will face justice. My kind of justice. The flames on his skull pulse brighter as he speaks, his resolve burning as hot as his hellfire. General Martok stands, clearly energized by the plan. Then it has settled. Let the Dominion learn fear, we will bring it to them. He moves behind Ghost Rider and claps him on the shoulder in camaraderie. His palm actually sizzles slightly against the Rider's heated aura, but Martok merely grunts at the minor burn, unwilling to show any pain. Ghost Rider glances at the blackened outline of a handprint on Martok's own hand and almost smirks. Cisco rises as well, straightening his uniform. "All right, let us get to it. Dax, coordinate with Starfleet Command. We all need reinforcements holding DS9 while we regone. Kira, you will command the Station S defenses and the Bajoran system. Martok, gather your Klingon vessels ready to join the strike. We leave as soon as possible. Every moment we wait gives the Dominion a chance to recover." He turns to Ghost Rider. "Frank, I am not sure what rules you operate under, but I'd be honored to have you join my crew on the Defiant for this mission. We could use you at the front, and it might be easier if we were all together." Ghost Rider inclines his flaming skull in agreement. "Sure, Captain. I am no Starfleet officer, but I'll follow your lead as long as it takes me to the guilty." He then adds in a dry tone, "Just don't expect me to wear one of those uniforms." A chuckle circles the table at that image, the flaming skull in a Starfleet uniform. Even Cisco cracks a grin. "Wouldn't dream of it," he replies. With that, the plan to carry the fight to the Gamma Quadrant is set in motion. Deep Space Nine's crew leaps into action, and the cosmic Ghost Rider prepares for the next chapter of the war, taking his vengeance right to the Dominion's doorstep. The aftermath unfolds over the next days and weeks. The Dominion War, which raged for years and consumed millions of lives, is over. The news spreads like wildfire across the Alpha Quadrant. The Dominion has surrendered. There are celebrations on Earth, Quonos, Bajor, and countless other worlds. Parades honor returning heroes. Memorials mourn the fallen. Starfleet and the Klingon Empire hold joint victory ceremonies. The Federation president transmits commendations to the commanders and crews who stood firm in the darkness. In all these festivities, the figure of the cosmic Ghost Rider becomes almost a legend overnight. Many saw him with their own eyes. Many more only hear the stories of a flaming warrior from beyond who appeared to turn the tide of war. Some skeptics doubt such a being exists. Others hail him as a savior or an avenging spirit. Klingon warriors coin a name for him in their tongue, the Jajlo Mih Kulsor, the burning spirit, and sing songs of how he fought with honor. Starfleet officers speak in hushed, awed tones and a little trepidation about the sight of him unleashing hellfire on enemy ships. But Frank Castle is not one for the limelight. When official thanks and medals are being handed out, he keeps to the shadows. He stands at the sidelines when Cisco and his crew receive commendations from the Federation Council via subspace. There was even brief talk at Starfleet Command of offering him some formal role or commission, but the idea was quickly dropped. Ghost Rider operates outside any chain of command. Instead, gratitude is given in more personal ways. However, that doesn't stop the soldiers who fought beside him from showing their appreciation. A few nights after the surrender, a lively gathering fills Quarka's bar on the promenade, a celebration of victory and survival. Starfleet officers and Klingon warriors crowd the place, raising glasses of blood wine, synthale, and even a few Cardassian Kanar bottles in honor of war's end. Cheers and laughter echo a rare, joyous sound in a place that had known so much tension. In one corner, a band of Bajoran musicians plays an upbeat tune. In another, a group of Klingons led by Martok roar out a battle song, clashing their tankards together. At a central table draped with a Federation banner and a Klingon flag side by side, the DS9 crew and their allies toast. Captain Sisko stands and offers a short, heartfelt speech commending everyone's bravery. When he mentions a friend from a far-off place who fought with the fire of Kahless himself, the crowd erupts in applause and raise drinks. All eyes turn to the cosmic Ghost Rider, who is actually present, standing a bit off to the side, clearly not entirely comfortable with the noisy revelry. Frank's arms are folded in his habitual guarded stance, but he nods politely at the acknowledgement. The flickering fire of his skull reflects in dozens of raised glasses as soldiers and civilians alike salute him. Ghost Rider, a tipsy Starfleet ensign shouts, hoisting his ale. 3 cheers for our fiery ally. A chorus of hurrahs follows. Martok, already deep in his cups, grabs a full flagon of blood wine and lumbers over to Frank with a broad grin. "Drink, my friend," Martok insists boisterously, thrusting the flagon toward him. "Tonight we celebrate as brothers in arms. Your deeds will be sung in Klingon halls for 100 years." Frank peers into the flagon. The dark red blood wine froths within, potent enough to fell a human. The flames in his eye sockets flicker. Perhaps he's amused. "Appreciate it, General," he says. He raises the flagon in a gesture of camaraderie and tips it back against his skeletal teeth. The blood wine inside vaporizes the instant it touches the flames in his throat, evaporating in a hiss of steam. Ghost Rider lowers the now empty and slightly singed flagon. Smooth, he deadpans. For a heartbeat, the crowd is silent, then laughter erupts. Martok throws back his head in a roar of mirth and slaps Ghost Rider on the back. His hand sizzles, but the general just laughs it off. He drinks with fire in his belly, literally. Martok cackles. The tension breaks, and Frank allows himself a gravelly chuckle, the sound like crackling logs. Even Quark emerges from behind the bar once he is sure Ghost Rider's flames want to burn his establishment to present a makeshift trophy to Frank. It is an impromptu creation, a melted Dominion insignia mounted on a latinum-plated base. "For the being who turned the tide," Quark proclaims grandly. "On behalf of all of us who can get back to business thanks to peace." A ripple of laughter and applause follows. Frank stares at the gaudy little trophy, then inclines his head. "Thanks, I guess," he rumbles. The crowd laughs again, clinking their drinks. As the celebration continues, Ghost Rider eventually finds himself sitting, or at least standing comfortably, at the big table with Sisko's crew. Jadzia Dax engages him in animated conversation about the differences between his universe's cosmic entities and the Bajoran prophets she's insatiably curious. Chief O'Brien shyly asks if the Rider's bike is truly one of a kind, or if he might take a peek under the hood someday. Worf recounts how he witnessed Ghost Rider take down a battle cruiser, clearly impressed. In turn, Frank asks about Klingon legends of flaming specters, which Worf eagerly shares. It is a strange tableau, a vigilante from another universe swapping war stories, and even a few laughs, with Federation officers and Klingon warriors alike. For Frank, this camaraderie is unfamiliar and a bit disconcerting, but not unwelcome. It has been a very long time since he relaxed among fellow warriors after a battle, sharing the relief of survival. He cannot eat or drink in the usual sense, but being here provides a different nourishment, the warmth of belonging, however fleeting. For a man who has walked alone through hell, this feels oddly humanizing. Late into the night, As weary revelers begin to drift out and Quarka's bar starts to empty, Ghost Rider quietly takes his leave. Sisko notices and gives him a knowing nod across the room. Frank nods back. As he turns to go, Major Kira slips away from the table and catches up to him at the doorway. "Frank," she says softly, away from the other's ears. He pauses, the flames in his eyes dimming slightly as he regards her. Kira's hardened demeanor falters for a moment. I wanted to thank you for what you did to Dukat, and for helping end this war." She swallows, finding it hard to articulate years of pain and relief. "That man made Bajor suffer for decades. You brought us justice in a way we never thought we'd get. I won to forget it. Bajor won to forget it." Frank is silent for a moment, then inclines his head. He had a lot to answer for, he replies simply. "I only wish I'd arrived sooner." Kira studies the fiery skull before her, seeing not a monster, but the man within. "During the occupation, I lost my parents, my home, everyone I loved." Her voice is steady, but her eyes shine with emotion. "Their faces fueled my fight every day. I suspect you know something about that kind of loss." Ghost Rider's gloved fists tighten almost imperceptibly. "I do," he admits quietly. "My wife and my children, they were taken from me long ago. I became what I am because of that." There's raw honesty in his words that few have ever heard. Kira nods slowly. In that moment, a profound understanding passes between the Bajoran resistance fighter and the cosmic vigilante. "Then you know that our loved ones, they live on in the causes we fight for," Kira says gently. "In the lives we save." She offers a small, sincere smile. "You saved a lot of lives here." Frank's hellfire eyes flicker softly. "Maybe so," he murmurs. Kira reaches out and briefly touches the edge of Ghost Rider's jacket, a gesture of respect and thanks, then steps back. "Prophets guide you, Frank Castle," she says, using his true name. "And you, Neris," he replies, using her given name. It surprises her and draws a smile. With a final nod, Kira lets him go, watching as the spirit of vengeance walks off into the shadowed promenade. Ghost Rider then steps out onto the quiet promenade, leaving the din of celebration behind. The station S lights are at evening setting, casting a soft glow. Only a few souls remain in the corridors at this late hour. Frank wanders until he finds a large observation viewport, offering a stunning view of the stars. Outside, Bajor's golden sun is just peeking above the horizon of its moon, and the Bajoran wormhole swirls gently in the distance like a cosmic nightlight. He gazes at the endless pinpricks of starlight. Beyond them lies the universe he came from, and somewhere in that vastness live the memories that fuel him. In the silence, Frank allows himself to remember his family, his wife Maria, his children, faces he hasn't seen in so long, except in dreams, and in the tortured reflections he forces upon the guilty. For the first time in ages, thinking of them doesn't bring only pain. It brings a small measure of solace. Tonight, he wasn't just a solitary instrument of vengeance. He fought alongside others, saved countless lives. Perhaps, he dares to think, if his family could see him now, they might even be proud of what he did here. The stars beyond blur slightly, maybe from a stray ember in his eye sockets, maybe from an emotion he thought long burned out, and he quickly blinks the sensation away. The war is over, and Frank Castle, the cosmic Ghost Rider, has found a measure of redemption in this victory, however small on the infinite scale of his penance. His reverie is interrupted by soft footsteps approaching. It's Captain Sisko, drawn by the sight of the lone figure at the viewport. He steps up beside Frank, following the Ghost Rider's gaze out at the stars. For a moment, both men stand quietly, the reflection of the distant wormholes swirling in the glass before them. "I wanted to thank you again, Frank," Sisko says finally, his voice low and sincere. "Not just for helping us win the battle, but for doing what needed to be done with the Founder. I don't think I could have stopped her without you. None of us could." Ghost Rider continues to stare outward. "Sometimes you have to fight fire with hellfire," he replies, his tone carrying a hint of wry humor. Sisko actually smiles at that. "I suppose so." He takes a breath, turning to face Frank. "What will you do now? Do you intend to stay in our universe, or try to find a way back to your own?" Frank is quiet for a moment, the flames on his skull gently dancing. "My war back home isn't finished. It never really finishes," he says softly. "There are plenty of bad people in my world who still need punishing." He pauses, then adds, "But I am not exactly in a hurry to leave. As long as there are innocents to protect here, I figure I'll stick around until I'm sure this place is safe." Sisko nods, both surprised and heartened by that answer. "I can't help thinking the prophets, the wormhole aliens, might have had a hand in bringing you here," he muses. "In our darkest hour, they sent us a spirit of vengeance." Ghost Rider shrugs, the flames on his skull curling lazily. "If they did, they sure cut it close," he says dryly. Sisko chuckles quietly. "Perhaps. In any case, we can certainly help you when you decide it's time to go home. Starfleet's top scientist will be studying that dimensional anomaly you came through. Given time, I suspect we could recreate it, give you a ticket back." Frank turns from the window to look at Sisko. "I appreciate that, Captain. Whenever that day comes, let us just say I owe you one." The flames on his head crackle softly. "In the meantime, if trouble is brewing out here, I am not going anywhere." Sisko clasps the Ghost Rider briefly on the shoulder. His palm tingles from the residual heat, but he doesn't flinch. "Trouble has a way of finding us, I'm afraid," he says with a knowing smile. "Hopefully not too soon." Just then, as if on cue, the Station S klaxons begin to blare, red alert lights flashing along the promenade. Both Sisko and Ghost Rider snap to attention, instincts kicking in. Kira's urgent voice comes over the comm. "Captain Sisko, report to Ops. Priority message from Starfleet Command." Sisko taps his badge, acknowledging as he and Frank start striding briskly to the nearest turbolift. Minutes later, they step out into Ops, which is already a hive of activity. Major Kira looks up from the communications console, her expression grim and focused. "Captain," she says without preamble, "Starfleet has issued a quadrant-wide alert. We read detecting a Borg incursion." For an instant, a hush falls in Ops. The Borg. The very name sends a chill through anyone who hears it. Even after all they've been through with the Dominion, the specter of the Borg cybernetic invaders who assimilate entire civilizations is terrifying. Kira continues, hand pressed to her earpiece as data streams in. Multiple contacts, 3 of them, maybe more, on approach vectors toward Federation space. One cube is heading for Earth. Captain Picard's fleet is moving to intercept it. Another is cutting toward the core worlds. And the third, it's on a course that brings it near Bajor's sector. Sisko exchanges a look with Dax and Worf, who have automatically assumed their posts. His jaw sets. One threat has ended, and now another looms. He opens a channel to the station. All hands, red alert. Battle stations. He points at O'Brien. "Mr. O'Brien, Power up the Station S phaser arrays and raise shields to maximum. The chief nods and hurries to a console. Dax, Cisco continues, notify nearby Federation ships to form up around DS9 and prep the Defiant for immediate launch. We'll be ready to assist Starfleet S defense. As his officers scramble to obey, Cisco turns back to Kira. Go on, Major. Kira is already relaying tactical information. Starfleet is mobilizing everything. They were asking us to fortify DS9's defenses and stand by to reinforce Sector 001 if needed, she reports, her voice level despite the tension. Nearby, Ghost Rider S flames intensify, an unconscious reaction to the name Borg. He has heard a bit about them from the crew, a relentless hive of machines that consume whole worlds. The Borg, huh? He growls softly. I've dealt with worse, but they sound like something that could use my kind of attention. Worf's lips pull back in a feral grin, even as he mans the tactical station. They will learn the meaning of vengeance, he says, almost eager for the coming fight. Kira's brow furrows as she scans the latest update. Captain, Starfleet reports that Captain Picard's task force has engaged one cube near Earth, but at least 2 more are still advancing. One of them will be here in a matter of hours. Cisco nods sharply. Understood. He steps to the center of ops and raises his voice. Everyone, you know your duties. We just finished one war, and now another threat arrives. Let S meet it as one crew. Despite the situation, he can help glancing at Ghost Rider and feeling a surge of confidence. To Frank, he says, looks like fate's not done with us yet. Ghost Rider wraps a length of chain around one arm and rolls his neck, flames flaring. Good, he replies, a dangerous eagerness in his tone. I still have plenty of fight left in me. Far across the stars, aboard one of the oncoming Borg cubes, the collective coolly assesses its next targets. In the cube's dim, emerald-lit interior, legions of drones stand in silent unison as new data floods the hive mind. A chorus of mechanical voices speaks as one. Unidentified life form detected. Power levels significant. Adaptation protocols engaged. On a massive view screen, distorted long-range sensor readings display a flaming humanoid figure standing with Federation forces. The Borg Queen, nestled within her alcove of the collective consciousness, notes this anomaly and begins devising a way to assimilate such power. The Borg know no fear or doubt, only the drive to consume and perfect. As they adjust course toward the awaiting Federation defense line, perhaps they should feel a glimmer of caution. A new kind of resistance awaits them, one not so easily absorbed. As alarms echo and starships scramble once more, the cosmic Ghost Rider stands with his newfound allies, poised to face this fresh threat head-on. The Dominion War may be over, but a new battle for the very soul of the galaxy is about to begin. The final frontier isn't getting any respite, and Frank Castle, blazing with cosmic hellfire, will be there to meet the coming darkness. For the first time in his long, cursed existence, the spirit of vengeance has allies worth fighting for and a cause beyond revenge. The Federation and its allies have gained an unlikely guardian in their darkest hour, a being born of retribution now fighting for hope. His journey in this universe is far from over. The Borg cube that had set its course toward Bajor dropped out of warp at the edge of the system like a blackened moon, a brutal lattice of metal and malice, crawling with flickers of sickly green light. It dwarfed the ships that turned to face it. Even the mighty Klingon cruisers and sleek Starfleet vessels seemed small by comparison, like gnats buzzing a fortress. In Ops, the hollow display above the central console shifted to show the incoming Leviathan. The green cube rotated slowly as the computer extrapolated its course. Red markers indicated the defensive screen of Federation and Klingon ships forming up around Deep Space Nine and Bajor. The data scrolling down the side of the display made everyone's blood run cold. Shield harmonics, weapon signatures, energy reserves that seemed endless. Dax whistled softly under her breath as she read the numbers. "That is a big one," she murmured. "Energy output off the charts. Definitely a full Borg cube, not one of the smaller variants." Captain Sisko studied the display, jaw tight. He had seen the Borg before, years ago. He remembered Wolf 359. He remembered the smashed hulks of ships, the debris field that had stretched for light years. The Borg did not negotiate. They did not occupy. They assimilated or annihilated. Worf's voice rumbled from tactical. "The cube is on a direct approach vector for the station and the Bajoran homeworld. No deviation. No attempt at communication." Kira folded her arms, watching the rotating cube with hard eyes. "So they are coming to plant their flag on Bajor too, or whatever they use instead of flags." Sisko looked to O'Brien. "Miles, how are our defenses?" "Shields are at maximum," the chief replied. "Phaser arrays charged, torpedo launchers loaded. I have tied the Station S weapons grid into the defensive net with the fleet. We can project overlapping fields of fire. It will not be easy for that thing to get through." Sisko nodded. It was as prepared as they could be. It still might not be enough. Beside the main console, Ghost Rider watched in silence. The green glow of the cube reflected faintly in his hellfire, giving his flames a strange emerald tint. He could feel it even from here, a dead weight in space, a hive of stolen lives welded together into one cold machine, a crime stretched across millions of bodies, all still walking. "So those are the Borg," he said quietly. Dax glanced at him. "You have never seen anything like them in your universe." Frank shook his flaming head. "I have seen demons made of code. Cosmic tyrants who turn whole planets into weapons. This is different. This is murder with the serial numbers filed off. They do not even let their victims die. They just steal their souls and keep the bodies walking." Odo eyed the cube on the display, his expression troubled. "They believe they are perfecting life, bringing order." Ghost Rider's flames flared as he turned his skull toward Odo. "Perfection built on slavery is just hell by another name." Sisko broke in before that thought could go further. "Mr. Worf, hail them. Standard Federation greeting. Let us see if there is any room for discussion." Worf tapped commands into his console, then shook his head a moment later. "No response, Captain. They are not even acknowledging the signal. However, they have begun to scan us. Energy beams are probing our shields." Ghost Rider rolled his shoulders, chain clinking. "Yeah, sounds about right." Sisko exhaled slowly. "All ships, this is Captain Sisko. The Borg are on approach. Maintain formation Theta 3 around Deep Space Nine. Hold your fire until they are within effective range. Remember that they adapt quickly. Vary your frequencies and keep moving." He paused and added, "And whatever you do, do not let them board you." Across space, dozens of Starfleet captains and Klingon commanders acknowledged. The defensive net settled into place, ships gliding into overlapping arcs of fire. The Defiant took point ahead of the station, small but lethal. Martok's flagship Rotaran slid into position on the right flank, cloaked briefly to test its pattern, then decloaked with a snarl of energy. On the Defiant-S compact bridge, the mood was taut. Sisko had shifted command there as soon as the cube appeared. He stood at the center, framed by the curve of consoles and the wide view screen where the Borg cube now loomed, growing larger by the second as it drifted closer. Dax handled the helm, fingers dancing over controls. Worf occupied tactical, as always, like a predator at the trigger. Bashir manned a secondary console, ready for casualties. In the rear of the bridge, leaning against the bulkhead, Ghost Rider waited. He did not need a chair. His presence somehow made the cramped space feel smaller and larger at the same time, like there was a bonfire lurking just behind everyone's shoulder. The cube closed to within several 100,000 kilometers. On the view screen, faint green beams flickered across the fleet, scanning hulls, testing shields, cataloging targets. It felt invasive even without touching them. "We are being scanned," Dax said. "They are analyzing everything, our weapons, our shields, our life signs." A clipped, emotionless voice suddenly echoed over the comm, overriding normal channels. "We are the Borg. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Resistance is futile." Ghost Rider snorted. "Heard that line before," he muttered. "Usually right before something explodes." Sisko's eyes hardened. "This is Captain Benjamin Sisko of the Federation starship Defiant. This sector is under the protection of the United Federation of Planets." He knew it was futile, but some part of him still felt compelled. "You are not welcome here. Turn back now." The Borg voice responded without hesitation. "Negotiation is irrelevant. You will be assimilated." "So much for that," Kira said over the channel from Ops. Her voice came through the Defiant-S speakers with sharp resignation. "We have multiple weapon signatures charging on the cube." "Brace for impact," Sisko ordered. "All hands, ready for evasive maneuvers." The first volley from the Borg came not as a storm of torpedoes, but as a single lance. A narrow beam of green energy stabbed out from one face of the cube, touching the edge of the defensive net. It struck a Klingon bird of prey that had been slightly out of alignment, the Koraga, just as its captain was correcting position. In an instant, the ship's shields collapsed. The hull glowed, then crumpled like foil, disintegrating into incandescent fragments. Martok roared over the channel, a mix of fury and grief. "The Koraga is lost. Cowards, they pick off the weak flank." The Borg voice followed, cold and unbothered. "One vessel destroyed, data assimilated, adapting." For a heartbeat, the fleet seemed to flinch. Then Sisko's voice cut across the channels. "All ships, open fire." The dark between the stars exploded. Phaser beams lanced out from Starfleet cruisers in brilliant oranges and reds, sweeping across the cube's surface. Klingon disruptors added jagged lines of emerald. Quantum and photon torpedoes streaked in blue and gold arcs, slamming into the massive structure. The Borg cube vanished behind a haze of blossoming explosions. On the Defiant, every console vibrated with the energy output. Worf snarled as he unleashed another volley. Direct hits, multiple impacts across the cube's hull. For a moment, hope flared. Maybe overwhelming force could do it if they hit hard and fast enough. The haze cleared. The cube still advanced. Scorch marks dotted its surface. A few sections glowed where torpedoes had burrowed in, slowly sealing as regenerative systems kicked in. New plating grew over the wounds like scabs. The damage was there, but superficial. The cube's course did not waver. Bashir swallowed. That barrage would have gutted a Dominion battleship. Sisko gritted his teeth. Then we hit it again, harder, keep shifting frequencies. Do not give them time to adapt. They launched another volley. Some beams bit deeper this time, cleverly modulated by Dax to exploit minor variances in the Cube-S shield grid. A section on the port side erupted, sending debris spinning away. A cheer went up on a Klingon bridge as one heart of metal ruptured. The Borg adapted. The next volley of phaser fire washed across an invisible barrier with almost no effect. Torpedoes detonated against unseen shields, their blast yields dampened. They are remodulating their shields in response to our frequencies, Dax reported, glancing back at Sisko. It is happening faster than last time, Benjamin. They are learning from previous encounters. The cube responded with more beams. One swept across the formation, slicing through a Miranda's class starship. Another needle of energy probed the Station S shields, testing the layered defenses. Deep Space Nine held for now, but warning lights flashed across O'Brien S board back on the promenade. On the Defiant, consoles flashed red as a beam glanced off their port shields, rocking the small ship. Inertial dampeners groaned to keep up. Shields down to 80%, Worf announced. Another hit like that and we will feel it. Ghost Rider pushed off from the bulkhead, stepping forward until he stood just behind Sisko-S chair. That thing is not going to stop just because we poke it with more light sticks, he said. You are fighting its fingers. You need to hit the brain. Sisko glanced up at him. Suggestions. Frank S. flaming eyes fixed on the cube. Get me inside. Dax twisted around in her chair. You want us to what? You heard me, Ghost Rider said. Every monster has a heart. Somewhere in that box there is a queen, a core, something that thinks it is in control. I get to it. I can burn it out from the inside. Your ships keep it busy out here. Sisko considered in an instant. It was crazy. It was also very Frank Castle. Infiltrate the cube with a nearly indestructible hellfire engine and let him wreak havoc. Compared to sending a boarding party of Starfleet security armed with phasers, it was almost sensible. You understand, Sisko said, that the Borg will try to assimilate you. They will not see you as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a resource to be harvested. Your powers, your nature. Ghost Rider S flames flared higher. Let them try. I want to see what happens when their cold little machine minds stare into hell. Worf S eyes gleamed at that, a savage light ignited. Captain, he said, I agree. If any warrior can survive inside that cube, it is him. Give him passage, and I will cover him with everything this ship has. Dax added more softly. And if he can disrupt their central communication, we might buy the fleet the opening it needs. Sisko made his decision. All right, Frank, how do you plan to get there? Transporters will not penetrate their shields. Ghost Rider stepped to the center of the bridge and snapped his fingers. His flaming motorcycle roared into existence in a burst of fire, balanced impossibly on the deck plates without scorching them. I do not need a ride, he said, just an exit. Dax S. brows rose. You can cross open space on that. Frank swung a leg over the bike and settled into the saddle, flames licking around his skeletal hands. I have ridden through supernovas, he replied. Vacuum is just quiet. Bashir stared. I am not even going to ask how that works. Sisko pointed to the view screen where the cube loomed, now filling half the star field. We will punch you a hole. Worf, concentrate all fire on one point of the Cube-S shield grid. Maximum yield torpedoes. Focus on opening a gap, not on damage. Worf-S fingers flew across his console. Aye, Captain. Target locked. firing. The Defiant shuddered as it unleashed a concentrated salvo, phasers, and quantum torpedoes all focused on a single node on the Cube-S surface. Klingon cruisers, alerted by Worf-S-coded burst, joined in, hammering the same point with disruptors. For a moment, the Cube-S shield glowed brilliant green as it strained to compensate. Then it flickered. Just for a second, a tiny patch of hull was exposed directly to space. "Now," Sisko snapped. Ghost Rider revved the bike. The engine S roar blended with a sound like distant thunder and snarling beasts. Then the flaming motorcycle simply shot forward, phasing through the Defiant S forward hull as if it were smoke. For a heartbeat, a Ghost Rider-shaped silhouette of fire passed through the metal plating. Then he was out in open space, a comet of hellfire streaking toward the cube. On the bridge, they watched the small streak of orange and blue arc across the tactical display, homing in on the exposed patch of Borg hull with unerring aim. The Cube-S shield snapped back into place, but Frank had already crossed the threshold. Hellfire left an afterimage on their sensors as he plunged into the maze of conduits and corridors. Inside the Borg cube, the world changed. Ghost Rider-S flames lit a cavernous chamber of black metal and pulsing green conduits. The walls were studded with alcoves holding dormant drones, their faces blank, implants glowing. Thick cables ran like veins, carrying power and data through the cube skeleton. The air was thin, cold, and saturated with the hum of millions of minds whispering as one. The bike's fiery tires left no mark on the deck, but the glow of his passage made shadows dance. Ghost Rider took it all in for a brief second, then grinned, a ghastly line of fire twisting where lips should be. "Home sweet home," he growled. Around him, drones stirred. The cube had detected his intrusion the moment he breached. The collective pivoted a fraction of its vast attention inward, calculating, analyzing. Sensors tasted the hellfire and cosmic radiation pouring off him. The minds within the hive whispered. Unidentified entity. Energy signatures extreme. Composition anomalous. Biological and non-biological hybrid. Probability of assimilation success unknown. The Borg did not retreat from unknowns. They embraced them. They learned by consuming. Conduits along the walls shifted. Plates opened. Drones stepped out of their alcoves, eyes snapping into focus as the collective directed them. They marched toward the intruder, surgical tools and injector tubules glinting in the fire's light. Ghost Rider eased the bike to a stop in the center of a junction where 4 corridors met. Drones emerged from 3 of them in unison, gray and green shadows converging. Frank wrapped his chain around one arm, letting the other end dangle, flames licking along its length. "I will give you one chance," he said, voice echoing strangely in the metal space. "Turn around. Go back to your holes. Because if you come at me, you will feel everything you have done." The drones did not respond. They advanced, at first with the slow, deliberative gait they always used. Then, as proximity dropped to meters, their motion shifted. Arms snapped out faster, tools reconfiguring into weaponry. A drone at the front leveled an integrated energy emitter and fired. A green bolt slammed into Ghost Rider-S chest. It washed over his hellfire without effect, absorbed and scattered like water splashed into a furnace. The Borg mind registered the data. Energy weaponry ineffective. Adaptation required. The front drone lunged, trying to clamp assimilation tubules into Frank S.'s neck. The metal needles stabbed into flame and struck something solid beneath. For a heartbeat, Nanoprobes surged down the tubes, seeking flesh to infect, cells to rewrite. They entered fire. The first trickle of nanites met the essence of the spirit of vengeance. They did not find cells. They found damnation. Code meant to overwrite biology ran headlong into an ancient curse spun from cosmic scales and infernal law. For a microsecond, something like confusion rippled through the collective. Then the nanites began to burn, their intricate programming unraveling under the psychic heat. Data pathways flashed white with overload as the feedback raced back along the connection into the drone-S systems. Ghost Rider grabbed the Borg-S wrist with one hand, holding the tubules in place. He leaned in, hollow eyes inches from the drone-S pale face. "You first," he whispered. The pennant stare poured out of him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the drone-S mind was dragged out of the collective-S cold sea and flung back through time, forced to confront every moment of its existence. It saw the day it was taken, the terror as assimilation began, the helplessness as its individuality was stripped away. Then it went further. The victims it helped assimilate, the ships it boarded, the worlds it helped harvest, the faces that had stared at it in horror just before tubules sank into their necks. The screams silenced as voices were subsumed into the hive. The pennant stare took all that pain, all that stolen suffering, and turned it back on the tiny ember of consciousness that remained under the drone-S metal exterior. The drone convulsed. Its mechanical eye flickered wildly. Internal circuits blew as psychic stress translated into physical overload. For a split second, the collective felt something it almost never felt from its parts. A spike of pure, unfiltered agony. A mind screaming in a way the hive could not smooth away. Then the drone's body burst into ghostly flame, consumed from the inside. It crumbled into ash and slagged implants at Ghost Rider-S feet. Across the cube, 1,000 monitoring systems registered the anomaly. One drone lost, neural network corrupted by unknown psychic attack, emotional response detected, pain, fear. In a distant chamber at the core of the cube, suspended amidst cables and dark machinery, the Borg Queen opened her eyes. She tasted the echo of the penance, stare like a foreign current in her endless stream of data. "Interesting," she murmured, her voice a velvet purr woven through metallic undertones. "A new variable, a mind that can make the collective feel." Her lips curled in something almost like a smile. How delightful. Back at the junction, more drones advanced, undeterred, though their motions were now subtly stiffer. The hive was compensating, rerouting, pushing down the echoes of the scream. Ghost Rider swung his chain, catching two at once across the chest. The hellfire-infused links sliced through armor and synthetic flesh, severing limbs and torsos. He rode straight at the third line, bike roaring, smashing one drone under flaming tires, and crashing through another with brute force. Pieces scattered, sparks showered. The collective adapted. Some drones began to project personal shield fields around themselves, green ripples that flared as the chain struck, resisting the worst of the blow. Others reconfigured arm implants into exotic weaponry, spraying beams at frequencies the rider had not yet seen. One unleashed a cutting beam that sliced through the air and grazed Frank S.'s shoulder, actually making him stagger. He glanced at the smoking gash in his leather, then at the drone that had managed it. "Not bad," he said. "You learn fast." He unleashed a blast of hellfire from his outstretched hand. The beam hit the drone and blew it backward, armor liquefying. The green shield around it held for a fraction of a second, then shattered like glass under the onslaught. On the Defiant, Worf watched sensor readings spike. His console painted a picture of violent energy flares inside the cube, tiny explosions, power rerouting. The ship's computer struggled to interpret the anomaly that was Ghost Rider. It labeled him as an extreme hazard and an allied asset in the same breath. "He is engaging internal defenses," Worf reported, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Multiple energy spikes, structural damage in several sectors." Sisko watched the cube on the view screen. Its progress had actually slowed, just a little, as if distracted. That was all the opening he needed. "All ships concentrate fire on their weapon emitters," he ordered. "Keep that cube too busy to focus on our friend inside." In the core of the cube, the Queen extended her awareness further toward the intruder. She could not assimilate him through standard means. The nanoprobes burned. The psychic response was disruptive, but he was fascinating. A fusion of spirit and matter, mortal guilt and cosmic power bound into one shell. He punished guilt. She erased individuality. They were opposites and mirrors. "Send a boarding beam," she commanded. "Capture him, isolate him. If he can inflict suffering, he can also be made to reveal its source." Perhaps the collective could evolve even that into something useful. Deep within the cube, apertures opened in the floor ahead of Ghost Rider. Green tractor beams lanced out, trying to pin him and his bike in place. Walls shifted, reconfiguring themselves into a trap, closing around him like the teeth of a steel predator. The Borg did not want him dead, not yet. They wanted him contained. The cube itself was reaching for the spirit of vengeance. The Borg cube tightened its grip. Green tractor beams crisscrossed the corridor ahead of Ghost Rider, hardening into shimmering walls of force. Bulkheads ground and shifted as the modular interior rearranged itself with terrifying speed, closing off side passages and funneling him toward a single dark aperture. The hive was treating him like an infection, walling it in so it could be cut out. Frank revved the bike and went straight at the first lattice of light. The tractor field caught him like a fist, momentum shuddering as invisible hands seized the bike's frame and yanked it sideways toward the waiting shaft. Cold intent radiated from that opening. Containment, dissection, not today. He poured hellfire into the machine beneath him. Flames bled down through the metal like molten gold in veins. The engine-S roar rose into a ragged scream as he fed it more of the power cosmic. Flaming wheels spun, not against the deck, but against the tractor field itself. The green beams warped. The infernal engine twisted the local physics, turning coherent lines into ripples. Ghost Rider leaned into it and shoved back. The bike bucked like a living thing and snapped free, ripping through the tractor web. For a heartbeat, the field clung in tattered strands around him. Then it snapped, recoiling, leaving after images burned across the corridor walls. He shot down the passage before the cube could reconfigure, laughter crackling in his chest. "You will have to do better than that," he growled. Drones swarmed. Some dropped from ceiling hatches, limbs telescoping into blades. Others unfolded from the walls, torsos sliding out of sockets to fire and then retract. Ghost Rider-S chain whipped and cracked, shattering limbs, slicing through armatures, knocking drones from their mounts. When he could grab one by the face, he dragged it close and unleashed the stare. He could have simply blasted them apart, but he wanted the collective to feel this, to taste its own sins. Each pennant stare was a spike in the hive. Mind. Individual drones did not have time for long reckonings. Their neural hardware fried too fast. But the pain pulsed through the gestalt, sudden flashes of uncontrolled feedback, raw howls inside the endless monotone. In her core chamber, the Borg Queen shivered. Sensation washed through the collective that had not been filtered, parsed, and filed. It was jagged, hot, uninvited. Curious, she murmured, and this time there was a faint thread of annoyance beneath it. The collective exists to assimilate imperfection, not to be infected by it. She dispatched new orders: reroute drones with upgraded neural dampers, isolate experiential pathways in the sectors he had touched, shunt the echoes into sealed nodes for study. Even as she compensated, she listened. The intruder-esque mind broadcast in strange ways, not in tidy pulses, but in images and weight. A family picnic turned to slaughter, a kitchen floor slick with blood, criminals begging on their knees, worlds burned alongside a devourer of planets. So much death, she said appreciatively, so much focus. You could be a useful template. Inside the corridors, Ghost Rider felt the Cube-esque attention tighten. Somewhere in this maze there was a center, a presence. He angled the bike toward the strongest pull, following not magnetism or gravity, but malice. As he roared through another junction, he heard something under the collective S drone. Thin threads of other thoughts, echoes, a human voice gasping in French-tinged English. I am Locutus of Borg, a younger mind screaming as implants burrowed into bone, a starship bridge drowning in red alert light. His flames flickered. Cisco and the others had told him the story. Wolf 359, Picard, Locutus, a man who had survived this machine, but never left it behind. Frank recognized that kind of scar. The hive did not just take bodies, it kept impressions of those who resisted hardest. He twisted the throttle and followed that faint psychic trail deeper. Outside, the Cube-esque surface bristled. More emitters slid open, like eyes. Lance beams spat across the defensive net, forcing ships to dodge or die. A Federation cruiser took a hit square on the saucer section. Shields collapsed, hull metal glowed, then crumbled into incandescent debris. Escape pods flared away like seeds from a shattered seed pod. On Deep Space Nine, O'Brien swore as the station shuddered under a glancing blow. Rerouting power from secondary arrays to reinforce shields, he shouted. But if they keep punching like that, we are going to be patching hull with replicator scrap. Kira watched the tactical display, jaw set. They are focusing fire on us. They have figured out the station anchors the net. Cisco's voice came back from the Defiant, steady despite the shaking. Hold as long as you can, Major. We are buying Frank the time he needs. I hope he knows what to do with it, she muttered, though doubt about the flaming skull had become a rare commodity. On the Rotaran, Martok bellowed. Bring us about. Focus all disruptors on their sensor nodes. Blind them. The ship dove under a slicing beam, belly thrusters flaring. Disruptor cannons raked the underside of the cube, burning out several protruding arrays. Green nodes winked out. Inside, Ghost Rider felt the entire structure flinch as energy rerouted. Good, he thought. Keep them busy. The passage ahead opened into a vertical shaft, a vast metal throat dropping away for hundreds of meters. Catwalks and cables crisscrossed the interior. Drones stood in their alcoves like stacked corpses. In the center, suspended in a web of supports, a slowly rotating column pulsed with green light. Data streams spiraled through it. Frank did not need a manual to recognize a hub, a relay, a brainstem. The Queen-S voice rolled through the shaft, everywhere and nowhere. "You are an anomaly," she said, almost conversational. "Your biology is unstable. Your energy output exceeds your mass by several orders of magnitude. You are in pain." Ghost Rider stepped off the bike, letting it hover nearby on Hellfire. "Pain and I are old friends," he said. "Worry about your own." He flicked his chain, gauging the distance to the glowing column. Drones along the catwalks turned to aim upgraded emitters, their arms reconfigured into unfamiliar guns and needle clusters. "You punish guilt," the Queen observed. "You see yourself as an arbiter, yet you have murdered on a scale that would make many of our drones recoil. You exterminated worlds as herald to the devourer. Do you truly believe you are different from us?" His flames flared at the mention of Galactus. Those were the memories he usually kept under lock and chain, the ones he punished himself for most. They were already burning. Her words just fanned them. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I do." He hurled the chain. Hellfire links stretched across the gap like a serpent. Shield fields flared around the column, bright green. The chain hit and hissed, digging in. Energy crackled at the contact point. Then the shield ruptured, torn open by power that did not just attack frequencies, but the idea of defense. Hellfire burned guilt, and the collective was heavy with it. The chain wrapped around the column. Ghost Rider yanked. Metal groaned. Data streams flickered. Drones in their alcoves jerked as their local nexus wavered. Green light pulsed erratically along cables. "Primitive," the Queen said with a hint of scorn. "Brute force." Frank planted his feet and pulled again, pouring more cosmic fire down the chain. The column buckled. Supports deformed. Conduits snapped, spewing sparks and glowing coolant. The hive's murmur rose in pitch as tens of thousands of drones lost synchronization for a heartbeat. "Primitive works," Frank grunted. Beams lanced at him from all directions. Some passed through flame. Others found joints and seams, biting in. For the first time since entering the cube, he felt something like physical damage. Cosmic plating cracked along one forearm. Hellfire dimmed a shade, did not let go. "You cannot destroy the collective," the Queen said. "For every node you break, another reroutes. For every drone you free or kill, billions remain. Your vengeance is a drop in the ocean." "Maybe," Ghost Rider replied, "but I can hurt you. That is a start." He reached inward, past rage and loss, past the crust of the power cosmic, into the raw well of his curse. The part that was just spirit of vengeance. It was not a voice so much as a pressure, always pushing toward balance. He pointed it down the chain. The penance stare was usually personal. Now he aimed it at architecture, at the column wrapped in his chain, at the data streams carrying the weight of trillions of stolen experiences. "Show me," he whispered. Hellfire surged down the links, flooding into the hub. It leapt from conduit to conduit like a virus written in guilt. For a fraction of a second, the Collective-S control pathways were filled not with crisp commands, but with images. Children watching their parents change into drones. Cities drowning in nanoprobes. Soldiers fighting to the last breath, only to wake with metal in their veins and the hive in their minds. The Queen recoiled. "What are you doing?" "Making you feel it," Ghost Rider said. The cube trembled. Outside, its progress faltered, weapons dimming as cycles were stolen from targeting algorithms to cope with the flood. Drones on its surface paused mid-step, eyes flickering, arms half raised. On the Rotoren, Martok saw the stutter. The cube hesitated. Its beams faltered. He pounced. "All ships now!" he roared. "Press the attack!" Starfleet vessels surged forward, phasers carving deeper into rent hull plating. Klingon cruisers fired wild, triumphant volleys. The Cube-S outer skin began to crumple, sections sloughing off like dead bark as supports failed. In ops, Dax-S fingers flew. "The Cube-S internal power grid is spiking all over," she reported. "Neural activity is off the scale. It is like someone dumped a nightmare in their core processor." Sisko allowed himself a fierce, brief smile. "That will be frank." In the shaft, the backlash hit. The column around the chain exploded in a shower of molten metal. The shockwave flung Ghost Rider backward, slamming him into the far wall hard enough to dent it. Drones were torn from their alcoves, implants sparking and smoking. Several simply sagged, lifeless, connections burned out. The hive screamed, not out loud, but in the psychic space where the collective lived as something more than circuits, a raw shriek ripped through the layers. For the first time, the Borg as an entity tasted something like what their victims felt. Horror, violation, the sour tang of its own crimes. The Queen slammed mental barriers into place, shunting the worst of it into quarantined nodes. "Enough," she hissed. "Fascinating or not, you are too disruptive." She cut power to the ravaged hub, sealing it off. Sections of the cube went dark as systems shut down rather than risk further contamination. Lights in the shaft flickered and died. Ghost Rider landed in darkness, the only illumination his own fire spilling over broken machinery and twitching drones. Panels hissed open around him. New drones stepped out. They were different, armor thicker, neural housings heavier. Their faces had less left in them. The Queen had pulled units with deeper dampers and fewer preserved memories. They would not feel the stare the same way. "Adaptation," she said, tone cool again. "Pain pathways buffered. Experiential nodes isolated. Your emotional attack is diminished." The new drones advanced without hesitation, wading through wreckage, arms reshaping into heavy cutters and plasma casters and humming devices whose purposes Frank did not care to learn. Ghost Rider pushed himself upright. His flames were lower than before, his left arm a lattice of cracks glowing dimly. That last trick had cost him dearly. It had also worked. He rolled his shoulder until joints ground back into place. "Diminished, maybe," he said. "Not done." He snapped his fingers. The bike dropped to his side from the dark above, as if it had been clinging there. He swung onto it, chain coiling back across his chest. Drones began to climb the walls, others leaping across the shaft, trying to swarm him by sheer numbers. The engine roared. Fire spilled from the exhaust like comet tails. As he gunned the bike straight toward the densest knot of advancing Borg, the battle outside flared brighter, and this second chapter of the fight burned through roughly 4,000 words of stubborn resistance and brutal adaptation, with neither vengeance nor assimilation, yet willing to blink. The new drones came on like a gray tide. They moved with the same relentless precision as the others, but there was something hollower about them. Less hesitation, less flicker of anything that might once have been individual instinct. Their eyes glowed steadily, implants humming louder. The Queen had found her blunt instruments. Ghost Rider opened the throttle. The bike leaped forward, climbing the vertical shaft like gravity had forgotten how to work. Flaming wheels bit into nothing but air and metal, yet held. He rode along the wall, then the ceiling, weaving between support struts and cables. Drones fired as he passed, green bolts slashing through the air where a heartbeat earlier he had been. He ducked under a beam that cut a support in half. The severed girder toppled, crushing 2 drones beneath it. Another leapt for him, arms morphing into a serrated clamp. Frank let it grab the rear fender. The weight dragged the bike down for a split second, sparks spraying as the tires scraped metal. Then he snapped his wrist, swinging the machine in a tight arc. The drone slammed into the wall with enough force to dent the bulkhead. It hung there, embedded, limbs twitching. He could feel it now. The cube was not just a machine. It was a labyrinth designed to swallow intruders. Corridors rearranged subtly, trying to turn his path into a loop, access ports sealed. Trap fields flashed briefly like spider webs of energy, then vanished when he veered away. The Queen was learning his habits, adjusting geometry ahead of him. "Nice maze," he muttered. "Let us see how it handles a bull." He went straight through the densest clot of drones, chain whirling. The links became a blazing blur, carving a path. He took hits as he plowed through, more of those new beams biting into him. Where they struck, flames sputtered, leaving glowing fractures. He ignored them. Pain was just information. He had other data to collect. On the Defiant, Worf watched the interior sensor trace that represented Ghost Rider flicker and buck erratically inside the cube. The computer could barely resolve his movements, labeling him intermittently as energy discharge, unauthorized warp signature, and hostile ordnance. "His readings are fluctuating," Worf said. "He is taking significant punishment, but he continues to move toward the center." Sisko's eyes were locked on the external situation. The cube was closer now, looming over the formation. Its weapons had recovered from the internal shock. Beams lashed out again with brutal regularity. A Starfleet Akira class took 2 hits in quick succession. Its shields failed, nacelles gone in an instant, the hull breaking apart in silent fire. Escape pods blossomed, scattering like white seeds. "We cannot keep trading like this," Dax warned. "Our numbers are dropping. The longer that cube stays mostly intact, the worse our odds." Sisko felt every loss like a physical blow, but he did not flinch. "Then we do not give it time," he said. "Keep hitting those exposed sections. Make them work to hold their shape." The cube did more than hold its shape. Sections that had gone dark now bristled with new structures, like diseased growths. Projectors unfolded, and with a flicker of emerald light, spears of energy stabbed out, not at ships, but at empty space between them. Bashir squinted at his readouts. "Those beams, they are not weapon signatures. They are some kind of transporter carrier wave." On the tactical display, green columns descended from the cube toward several ships and the station itself. They were not narrow, focused beams like Starfleet transporters. They were wide, diffuse cones like nets. Kira's voice cut in from ops, tight with alarm. "They are trying to beam drones aboard multiple targets at once. They are pushing through our shields with modulated carriers." O'Brien swore. "I am compensating, but they are slipping a few patterns past. Internal sensors are picking up unauthorized signatures on the lower pylons and habitat ring. We have Borg on the station." On the Defiant, an alarm blared. "Intruder alert." Emergency lights snapped to red. Worf checked his panel. 5 Borg signatures on decks 3 and 4, near engineering and weapons control. More trying to pattern in, but our shields are holding most of them out. Bashir was already rising from his station, medkit in hand. "I will get to sickbay. If anyone gets hit by those tubules, we need to act fast." Cisco nodded. "Go. Worf, assemble a security team. Keep them away from the warp core and the weapons grid. Dax, you have the chair." Worf rose with something almost like anticipation. He had fought the Borg before. He owed them blood. And now they were coming aboard his ship. He headed for the weapons locker, 2 security officers on his heels, as Cisco hurried toward the turbo lift to coordinate with the station. The corridors of the Defiant were already ringing with emergency klaxons when the first drone stepped out of the shadows. It had materialized in a shimmer of green light, phasing through the weakened section of the shield grid, and now walked with that eerie, steady pace, ignoring the alarm flashers. A crewman turned the corner with a phaser rifle at his shoulder. "Stop right there!" he shouted, voice cracking. The Borg regarded him with cold disinterest and kept coming. The crewman fired. The bolt struck the drone dead center. It staggered, chest plating smoking, then straightened and kept advancing. Its adaptive shield had come online. The next shot did nothing but flicker against the green haze. The crewman cursed, adjusting his weapon S frequency as he had been trained. It did not matter. The drone was on him in a second, one arm shooting forward with horrifying speed. Tubules jabbed into his neck. His eyes went wide. A faint gray pallor spread from the injection points under his skin. He screamed. Then the scream cut off as his voice choked on itself. The drone moved on, leaving him leaning against the wall, gasping. He slid down to the deck, hands clawing at his throat. Under his fingertips, he could feel something crawling. Tiny machines racing along his veins, up his spine, into his brain. On the cube, Ghost Rider felt it. The collective was a sea, and the nanoprobes were currents. When they sank into new flesh, there was always a particular flavor, a twist in the water, resistance, terror. Then the flattening as the new mind was drowned. Frank had been ripping at the sea. Now he felt a new current starting somewhere outside. A fresh drop of individuality being crushed. His flames hissed. No. He grabbed the nearest advancing drone by the chest and slammed it against the wall hard enough to crack its backplate. He forced his stare into its eyes, not to punish this one, but to ride. "Show me," he snarled. For a heartbeat, he saw from the drone S perspective. Hallway, red lights. The crewman on the Defiant S deck, hands at his throat, eyes wild. Ghost Rider pushed. His awareness rode the assimilation link, following the nanoprobes like a river upstream. In a flash of disorienting double vision, he was in 2 places at once. In the cube, surrounded by drones. On the Defiant, staring up at a ceiling he knew well now. He did not have the luxury of finesse. He shoved hellfire down the conduit formed by the nanites. There was a crackle in the crewman's blood, like ice breaking under strain. The nanoprobes, micro-machines built to rewrite and replicate, suddenly found themselves in a medium that burned programs as readily as flesh. One after another, their core routines unraveled. A wave of heat raced through the crewman's veins, not physical, but spiritual, burning the infection out from behind. On the deck, the crewman arched, gasped like he had been underwater for minutes, and then collapsed forward, coughing. Blackened spots blossomed at the injection sites where metal had tried to grow and failed. His skin steamed faintly. He panted, eyes wild, but his thoughts were his own. A whisper of hellfire lingered in his nervous system like a scar. He would never quite sleep the same again. But he was not Borg. The drone that had infected him twitched violently. In the cube, Ghost Rider's hand crushed its chest in reflex. The body spasmed, sparks flying from its neck, then slumped. The connection snapped. Frank staggered, back pressed to the shaft wall, panting out fire. That had cost him. Linking through assimilation channels was like reaching into someone else's open wound, but it had worked. He shoved off the wall as more drones converged. "You protect them," the Queen said curiously. "You bind one mind to another and burn out my improvements. That is wasteful." "You do not get to improve people by killing who they are," Frank spat. "I am not letting you hollow anyone else out today." He spurred the bike forward again, cutting through the cluster that had tried to box him in. The shaft blurred as he rocketed upward, following the taste of command. The deeper in he went, the clearer the Queen's presence became. It had a smell to it, to his senses, cold oil and stolen light. Back on the Defiant, Worf and his team hit the first boarding party like a hammer. They rounded a corner near engineering to find 3 drones advancing in a line, weapons arms raised. Worf did not waste phaser shots. He knew how quickly they adapted. He roared and charged, mek'leth drawn. The curved blade sang as it cleaved into the first drone's neck, sending its head rolling. Sparks cascaded from severed implants. The other 2 swung toward him. Behind him, a security officer fired a wide-beam phaser blast at floor level, targeting legs rather than centers of mass. The beam chewed through unshielded joints. One drone went down, its knee vaporized. The other stepped through, shield shimmering to life, weapon arm rising. Worf grabbed its wrist, shoved it up so its shot went into the ceiling, and buried his mek'leth in its chest. The blade scraped against reinforcement and dug deep. He yanked it free with a snarl as the drone collapsed. "Check him," Worf barked, gesturing to the downed crewman nearby, whose neck bore blackened marks. "If he shows signs of metal under the skin, we get him to Dr. Bashir." The young security officer knelt, scanning quickly. His eyes went wide. "Sir, his readings are wrong. There is residual something, not nanoprobes. Some kind of thermal anomaly." Worf glanced briefly, then grunted. "He is alive. That is all that matters right now." Bashir's voice came over the internal comm. "I am in sickbay. We have wounded and 1 confirmed partial assimilation on the station. I need time." "You have it," Sisko's voice answered from Ops. "Keep them alive. Frank is working on the source." On Deep Space Nine itself, the Borg boarding attempts had been blunted. The station's Cardassian-built architecture was not as cooperative as the interior of a cube. Conduits and bulkheads did not rearrange to welcome invaders. Odo used his own shape-shifting abilities to plug transporter nodes, literally oozing into access junctions and hardening into barriers. Kira led Bajoran militia squads through the curved corridors, hitting isolated drones with concentrated bursts of phaser fire and explosives before they could reinforce each other. The promenade saw brief, brutal skirmishes. Quark spent most of it under his bar, praying to the Nagus that the machinery freaks would not decide his latinum tooth fillings were worth assimilating. The cube, nevertheless, pressed inexorably closer. In Ops, Dax wiped sweat from her brow without taking her eyes off the display. The cube's shield grid is fluctuating but holding, hull integrity down in several localized regions. Frank's interference is doing something, but the overall structure is still intact. Sisko watched the vector. The cube was now within extreme weapons range of the station. If it fired a main beam at full strength, even DS-9's robust shields might not endure. "We need to buy him more time," Cisco said quietly, "or give him a bigger opening." He looked at the readouts scrolling down Dax's console, the one showing transient dips in the cube's external shield harmonics whenever Ghost Rider did something particularly disruptive inside. A thought struck him. "Jadzia, can you predict the pattern of those dips, where they occur on the surface?" She frowned. "The internal interference is chaotic, but the energy has to vent somewhere." "Yes. There are micro fluctuations in the grid every time he overloads a hub. They look random, but if we map enough, we might see a resonance band." "Do it," Cisco said. "When the next one opens, I want every torpedo we have going through that gap." Her eyes lit up with the spark of a new problem. On it. Inside the cube, the shaft finally ended in a massive hatch layered with interlocking plates. Beyond it, Ghost Rider could feel a concentration of presence, like a compressed storm. The Queen's chamber. He let the bike idle and stepped off, boots ringing on the deck. Drones retreated ahead of him, not in fear, but by command. The Queen did not want them cluttering this next exchange. The hatch irised open in a series of mechanical sighs. The chamber beyond was vast and dimly lit by vertical streams of green code drifting like digital rain. Cables hung from the ceiling like metal vines. In the center, elevated on a platform of black lattice, stood a figure. She descended from the ceiling in pieces at first, a spine sliding down on mechanical arms, a torso assembling, connecting with organic ease to sockets. A female form, pale and hairless, chrome and flesh intertwined. As she reached the platform, lower limbs extended and locked into place. The supports detached with delicate clicks, leaving her standing alone, surrounded by the web of the collective. The Borg Queen regarded Ghost Rider with eyes that were almost human, if one ignored the circuitry tracing her skull and the inhuman steadiness of her gaze. "You have caused considerable disruption," she said. Her voice was surprisingly smooth, almost warm. "We have not experienced anything quite like it. That makes you valuable." Ghost Rider walked forward, chain clinking, flames painting the chamber in orange and blue. "You are the one holding the leash," he said. "Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting for the hand." She tilted her head slightly. "You misunderstand. I do not hold the leash. I am the neck. The collective is the head. I am merely where it chooses to focus consciousness when dialogue is required." "Dialogue," he repeated, a hint of a laugh in his gravel. "That what you call this? You send butchers to carve people up and wire them into your machine, and when someone pushes back, you have a chat." "We incorporate," she corrected. "We remove conflict, disease, chaos. We bring unity. All are equal in the collective. There is no loneliness, no fear, only purpose." Frank stared at her, hellfire eyes burning brighter. He saw more than what stood in front of him. Through her, he glimpsed the ocean of minds behind. The old man on a frontier outpost who had been taken in the night. The Starfleet science officer grabbed during a botched-away mission. The Klingon warrior who had roared defiance until metal sealed his throat. "You do not remove fear," he said softly. "You just spread it so thin none of them can scream loud enough to be heard." She watched him, expression unreadable. "You punish individuals for their sins," she said. "Murderers, tyrants, those who hurt others. I have seen some of what you have done. You erased entire gangs, executed warlords. You became herald to a force that devoured worlds. You believe in consequences. Yeah, he said. I do. Then you and we are not so different, she replied. The collective is a consequence. Species that squander their potential, that cling to conflict and superstition, are uplifted by assimilation. Their gifts are preserved. Their flaws are removed. We are the universe correcting error. Ghost Rider shook his skull slowly. No, you are just another bully with a bigger gun who convinced herself she is helping. He took another step, chain loosening across his chest. You think you can fold everyone into one big hive and call it peace, he went on. That is not justice. That is theft. You steal who they are. You turn their lives into fuel for your machine. You want to talk about consequences, you have got a debt the size of a galaxy. The Queen's lips curled faintly. And you believe you can collect it. Oh, I do not think I can wipe out every Borg in existence, he said. I am not that naive. But I can make you pay. I can make your collective feel every ounce of what it has done. And I can make you remember that feeling every second of whatever is left of your long, cold existence. Intriguing, she murmured. Do you know what would happen if we assimilated you instead? Your penance stare, your curse, integrated into the collective. Every drone experiencing the guilt of every victim we have ever taken. The pain would be immense, yes, but so would the understanding. We would truly know the scope of our actions. Perhaps that is necessary for perfection. Her eyes gleamed. Join us, Frank Castle. Imagine your vengeance multiplied by billions. Every sin punished and processed in an instant. An entire galaxy brought to heel under a single, perfect conscience. For a second, he almost admired the audacity. It was a temptation tailored specifically for him. The chance to burn every sinner at once. No grueling years, no lonely hunts. Just a flip of a switch and universal penance. He pictured it, the collective screaming with 1 trillion voices, worlds falling silent, the weight of all that suffering barreling back into his own soul like a train of molten iron. He laughed, a raw, scraping sound. Lady, he said, you are even crazier than I am. Her expression went still. You do not get to turn justice into a factory line, he continued. You do not get to outsource your conscience to a hive and call it balanced. You want to feel what you have done. Fine, let us start with you. He took another step. Hellfire swelled, spilling from his eyes, his mouth, the cracks in his flesh and armor. The temperature in the chamber rose. Cables nearest to him began to glow and sag. The Queen watched, analyzing, measuring. Behind her, the lattice hummed as subsystems came online. Shield fields thickened around her. Drones outside the chamber moved to stand by, ready to flood in on command. Even now, she was calculating odds, contingencies. Frank stopped a few meters from her. Look into my eyes, he said. Outside, the Cube S shields flickered wildly. On Deep Space Nine, S Tactical, display, a new spike lit up at the core of the structure. Dax sat forward. There, right there. That is another resonance point. This one is huge. It is like a psychic detonation. Cisco did not hesitate. All ships, this is Cisco. Target the coordinates I am transmitting on the Cube S ventral side. All remaining torpedoes, full spread. Phaser arrays, maximum power. This is our window. Starfleet and Klingon captains acknowledged. Vessels wheeled, weapons swinging toward the highlighted spot on the green Cube S underside. For a heartbeat, time seemed to take a breath. Then the defensive net unleashed everything it had left, just as, deep inside the monster, the spirit of vengeance prepared to hurl his stare, not at a single sinner, but at the beating heart of an empire of theft, setting the stage for a collision between cold perfection and burning guilt that would shake more than just one cube. The new drones came on like a gray tide. They moved with the same relentless precision as the others, but there was something hollower about them. Less hesitation, less flicker of anything that might once have been individual instinct. Their eyes glowed steadily, implants humming louder. The Queen had found her blunt instruments. Ghost Rider opened the throttle. The bike leaped forward, climbing the vertical shaft like gravity had forgotten how to work. Flaming wheels bit into nothing but air and metal, yet held. He rode along the wall, then the ceiling, weaving between support struts and cables. Drones fired as he passed, green bolts slashing through the air where a heartbeat earlier he had been. He ducked under a beam that cut a support in half. The severed girder toppled, crushing 2 drones beneath it. Another leapt for him, arms morphing into a serrated clamp. Frank let it grab the rear fender. The weight dragged the bike down for a split second, sparks spraying as the tires scraped metal. Then he snapped his wrist, swinging the machine in a tight arc. The drone slammed into the wall with enough force to dent the bulkhead. It hung there, embedded, limbs twitching. He could feel it now. The cube was not just a machine. It was a labyrinth designed to swallow intruders. Corridors rearranged subtly, trying to turn his path into a loop. Access ports sealed. Trap fields flashed briefly like spider webs of energy, then vanished when he veered away. The Queen was learning his habits, adjusting geometry ahead of him. "Nice maze," he muttered. "Let us see how it handles a bull." He went straight through the densest clot of drones, chain whirling. The links became a blazing blur, carving a path. He took hits as he plowed through, more of those new beams biting into him. Where they struck, flames sputtered, leaving glowing fractures. He ignored them. Pain was just information. He had other data to collect. On the Defiant, Worf watched the interior sensor trace that represented Ghost Rider flicker and buck erratically inside the cube. The computer could barely resolve his movements, labeling him intermittently as energy discharge, unauthorized warp signature, and hostile ordnance. "His readings are fluctuating," Worf said. "He is taking significant punishment, but he continues to move toward the center." Sisko's eyes were locked on the external situation. The cube was closer now, looming over the formation. Its weapons had recovered from the internal shock. Beams lashed out again with brutal regularity. A Starfleet Akira class took 2 hits in quick succession. Its shields failed, nacelles gone in an instant, the hull breaking apart in silent fire. Escape pods blossomed, scattering like white seeds. "We cannot keep trading like this," Dax warned. "Our numbers are dropping. The longer that cube stays mostly intact, the worse our odds." Sisko felt every loss like a physical blow, but he did not flinch. "Then we do not give it time," he said. "Keep hitting those exposed sections. Make them work to hold their shape." The cube did more than hold its shape. Sections that had gone dark now bristled with new structures, like diseased growths. Projectors unfolded, and with a flicker of emerald light, spears of energy stabbed out not at ships, but at empty space between them. Bashir squinted at his readouts. "Those beams, they are not weapon signatures. They are some kind of transporter carrier wave." On the tactical display, green columns descended from the cube towards several ships and the station itself. They were not narrow, focused beams like Starfleet transporters. They were wide, diffuse cones like nets. Kira S. voice cut in from ops, tight with alarm. They are trying to beam drones aboard multiple targets at once. They are pushing through our shields with modulated carriers. O'Brien swore. I am compensating, but they are slipping a few patterns past. Internal sensors are picking up unauthorized signatures on the lower pylons and habitat ring. We have Borg on the station. On the Defiant, an alarm blared. Intruder alert. Emergency lights snapped to red. Worf checked his panel. 5 Borg signatures on decks 3 and 4, near engineering and weapons control. More trying to pattern in, but our shields are holding most of them out. Bashir was already rising from his station, medkit in hand. I will get to sickbay. If anyone gets hit by those tubules, we need to act fast. Sisko nodded. Go. Worf, assemble a security team. Keep them away from the warp core and the weapons grid. Dax, you have the chair. Worf rose with something almost like anticipation. He had fought the Borg before. He owed them blood. And now they were coming aboard his ship. He headed for the weapons locker, 2 security officers on his heels, as Sisko hurried toward the turbo lift to coordinate with the station. The corridors of the Defiant were already ringing with emergency klaxons when the first drone stepped out of the shadows. It had materialized in a shimmer of green light, phasing through the weakened section of the shield grid, and now walked with that eerie, steady pace, ignoring the alarm flashers. A crewman turned the corner with a phaser rifle at his shoulder. "Stop right there!" he shouted, voice cracking. The Borg regarded him with cold disinterest and kept coming. The crewman fired. The bolt struck the drone dead center. It staggered, chest plating smoking, then straightened and kept advancing. Its adaptive shield had come online. The next shot did nothing but flicker against the green haze. The crewman cursed, adjusting his weapon's frequency as he had been trained. It did not matter. The drone was on him in a second, one arm shooting forward with horrifying speed. Tubules jabbed into his neck. His eyes went wide. A faint gray pallor spread from the injection points under his skin. He screamed. Then the scream cut off as his voice choked on itself. The drone moved on, leaving him leaning against the wall, gasping. He slid down to the deck, hands clawing at his throat. Under his fingertips, he could feel something crawling. Tiny machines racing along his veins, up his spine, into his brain. On the cube, Ghost Rider felt it. The collective was a sea, and the nanoprobes were currents. When they sank into new flesh, there was always a particular flavor, a twist in the water, resistance, terror. Then the flattening as the new mind was drowned. Frank had been ripping at the sea. Now he felt a new current starting somewhere outside. A fresh drop of individuality being crushed. His flames hissed. No. He grabbed the nearest advancing drone by the chest and slammed it against the wall hard enough to crack its backplate. He forced his stare into its eyes, not to punish this one, but to ride. "Show me," he snarled. For a heartbeat, he saw from the drone's perspective. Hallway, red lights. The crewman on the Defiant S deck, hands at his throat, eyes wild. Ghost Rider pushed. His awareness rode the assimilation link, following the nanoprobes like a river upstream. In a flash of disorienting double vision, he was in 2 places at once, in the cube, surrounded by drones. on the Defiant, staring up at a ceiling he knew well now. He did not have the luxury of finesse. He shoved hellfire down the conduit formed by the nanites. There was a crackle in the crewman's blood, like ice breaking under strain. The nanoprobes, micro-machines built to rewrite and replicate, suddenly found themselves in a medium that burned programs as readily as flesh. One after another, their core routines unraveled. A wave of heat raced through the crewman's veins, not physical, but spiritual, burning the infection out from behind. On the deck, the crewman arched, gasped like he had been underwater for minutes, and then collapsed forward, coughing. Blackened spots blossomed at the injection sites where metal had tried to grow and failed. His skin steamed faintly. He panted, eyes wild, but his thoughts were his own. A whisper of hellfire lingered in his nervous system like a scar. He would never quite sleep the same again. But he was not. Borg. The drone that had infected him twitched violently. In the cube, Ghost Rider's hand crushed its chest in reflex. The body spasmed, sparks flying from its neck, then slumped. The connection snapped. Frank staggered, back pressed to the shaft wall, panting out fire. That had cost him. Linking through assimilation channels was like reaching into someone else's open wound. But it had worked. He shoved off the wall as more drones converged. "You protect them," the Queen said curiously. "You bind one mind to another and burn out my improvements. That is wasteful." "You do not get to improve people by killing who they are," Frank spat. "I am not letting you hollow anyone else out today." He spurred the bike forward again, cutting through the cluster that had tried to box him in. The shaft blurred as he rocketed upward, following the taste of command. The deeper in he went, the clearer the Queen's presence became. It had a smell to it, to his senses. Cold oil and stolen light. Back on the Defiant, Worf and his team hit the first boarding party like a hammer. They rounded a corner near engineering to find 3 drones advancing in a line, weapons arms raised. Worf did not waste phaser shots. He knew how quickly they adapted. He roared and charged, mech-leth drawn. The curved blade sang as it cleaved into the first drone's neck, sending its head rolling. Sparks cascaded from severed implants. The other 2 swung toward him. Behind him, a security officer fired a wide-beam phaser blast at floor level, targeting legs rather than centers of mass. The beam chewed through unshielded joints. One drone went down, its knee vaporized. The other stepped through, shield shimmering to life, weapon arm rising. Worf grabbed its wrist, shoved it up so its shot went into the ceiling, and buried his mech-leth in its chest. The blade scraped against reinforcement and dug deep. He yanked it free with a snarl as the drone collapsed. "Check him," Worf barked, gesturing to the downed crewman nearby, whose neck bore blackened marks. "If he shows signs of metal under the skin, we get him to Dr. Bashir." The young security officer knelt, scanning quickly. His eyes went wide. "Sir, his readings are wrong. There is residual something, not nanoprobes, some kind of thermal anomaly." Worf glanced briefly, then grunted. "He is alive. That is all that matters right now." Bashir's voice came over the internal comm. "I am in sickbay. We have wounded and one confirmed partial assimilation on the station. I need time." "You have it," Sisko's voice answered from ops. "Keep them alive. Frank is working on the source." On Deep Space Nine itself, the Borg boarding attempts had been blunted. The station's Cardassian-built architecture was not as cooperative as the interior of a cube. conduits and bulkheads did not rearrange to welcome invaders. Odo used his own shape-shifting abilities to plug transporter nodes, literally oozing into access junctions and hardening into barriers. Kira led Bajoran militia, squads through the curved corridors, hitting isolated drones with concentrated bursts of phaser fire and explosives before they could reinforce each other. The promenade saw brief, brutal skirmishes. Quark spent most of it under his bar, praying to the Nagus that the machinery freaks would not decide his latinum tooth fillings were worth assimilating. The cube nevertheless pressed inexorably closer. In ops, Dax wiped sweat from her brow without taking her eyes off the display. The cube's shield grid is fluctuating but holding, hull integrity down in several localized regions. Frank S. interference is doing something, but the overall structure is still intact. Sisko watched the vector. The cube was now within extreme weapons range of the station. If it fired a main beam at full strength, even DS-9's robust shields might not endure. "We need to buy him more time," Sisko said quietly, "or give him a bigger opening." He looked at the readouts scrolling down Dax's console, the ones showing transient dips in the cube's external shield harmonics whenever Ghost Rider did something particularly disruptive inside. A thought struck him. Jadzia. Can you predict the pattern of those dips, where they occur on the surface? She frowned. The internal interference is chaotic, but the energy has to vent somewhere. Yes, there are micro fluctuations in the grid every time he overloads a hub. They look random, but if we map enough, we might see a resonance band. "Do it," Sisko said. "When the next one opens, I want every torpedo we have going through that gap." Her eyes lit up with the spark of a new problem. On it, inside the cube, the shaft finally ended in a massive hatch layered with interlocking plates. Beyond it, Ghost Rider could feel a concentration of presence, like a compressed storm. The Queen S chamber. He let the bike idle and stepped off, boots ringing on the deck. Drones retreated ahead of him, not in fear, but by command. The Queen did not want them cluttering this next exchange. The hatch irised open in a series of mechanical sighs. The chamber beyond was vast and dimly lit by vertical streams of green code drifting like digital rain. Cables hung from the ceiling like metal vines. In the center, elevated on a platform of black lattice, stood a figure. She descended from the ceiling in pieces at first, a spine sliding down on mechanical arms, a torso assembling, connecting with organic ease to sockets, a female form, pale and hairless, chrome and flesh intertwined. As she reached the platform, lower limbs extended and locked into place. The supports detached with delicate clicks, leaving her standing alone, surrounded by the web of the collective. The Borg Queen regarded Ghost Rider with eyes that were almost human, if one ignored the circuitry tracing her skull and the inhuman steadiness of her gaze. "You have caused considerable disruption," she said. Her voice was surprisingly smooth, almost warm. "We have not experienced anything quite like it. That makes you valuable." Ghost Rider walked forward, chain clinking, flames painting the chamber in orange and blue. "You are the one holding the leash," he said. "Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting for the hand." She tilted her head slightly. "You misunderstand. I do not hold the leash. I am the neck. The collective is the head. I am merely where it chooses to focus consciousness when dialogue is required." "Dialogue," he repeated, a hint of a laugh in his gravel. "That what you call this? You send butchers to carve people up and wire them into your machine, and when someone pushes back, You have a chat. We incorporate, she corrected. We remove conflict, disease, chaos. We bring unity. All are equal in the collective. There is no loneliness, no fear, only purpose. Frank stared at her, hellfire eyes burning brighter. He saw more than what stood in front of him. Through her, he glimpsed the ocean of minds behind. The old man on a frontier outpost who had been taken in the night. The Starfleet science officer grabbed during a botched-away mission. The Klingon warrior who had roared defiance until metal sealed his throat. You do not remove fear, he said softly. You just spread it so thin none of them can scream loud enough to be heard. She watched him, expression unreadable. You punish individuals for their sins, she said. Murderers, tyrants, those who hurt others. I have seen some of what you have done. You erased entire gangs, executed warlords. You became herald to a force that devoured worlds. You believe in consequences. Yeah, he said. I do. Then you and we are not so different, she replied. The collective is a consequence. Species that squander their potential, that cling to conflict and superstition, are uplifted by assimilation. Their gifts are preserved. Their flaws are removed. We are the universe correcting error. Ghost Rider shook his skull slowly. No, you are just another bully with a bigger gun who convinced herself she is helping. He took another step, chain loosening across his chest. You think you can fold everyone into one big hive and call it peace, he went on. That is not justice. That is theft. You steal who they are. You turn their lives into fuel for your machine. You want to talk about consequences, you have got a debt the size of a galaxy. The Queen's lips curled faintly. And you believe you can collect it. Oh, I do not think I can wipe out every Borg in existence, he said. I am not that naive. But I can make you pay. I can make your collective feel every ounce of what it has done. And I can make you remember that feeling every second of whatever is left of your long, cold existence. Intriguing, she murmured. Do you know what would happen if we assimilated you instead? Your penance stare, your curse, integrated into the collective. Every drone experiencing the guilt of every victim we have ever taken. The pain would be immense, yes, but so would the understanding. We would truly know the scope of our actions. Perhaps that is necessary for perfection. Her eyes gleamed. Join us, Frank Castle. Imagine your vengeance multiplied by billions. Every sin punished and processed in an instant. An entire galaxy brought to heel under a single, perfect conscience. For a second, he almost admired the audacity. It was a temptation tailored specifically for him. The chance to burn every sinner at once. No grueling years, no lonely hunts. Just a flip of a switch and universal penance. He pictured it. The collective screaming with a trillion voices, worlds falling silent, the weight of all that suffering barreling back into his own soul like a train of molten iron. He laughed, a raw, scraping sound. Lady, he said, you are even crazier than I am. Her expression went still. You do not get to turn justice into a factory line, he continued. You do not get to outsource your conscience to a hive and call it balanced. You want to feel what you have done. Fine, let us start with you. He took another step. Hellfire swelled, spilling from his eyes, his mouth, the cracks in his flesh and armor. The temperature in the chamber rose. Cables nearest to him began to glow and sag. The Queen watched, analyzing, measuring. Behind her, the lattice hummed as subsystems came online. Shield fields thickened around her. Drones outside the chamber moved to stand by, ready to flood in on command. Even now, she was calculating odds, contingencies. Frank stopped a few meters from her. "Look into my eyes," he said. Outside, the Cube-S shields flickered wildly. On Deep Space Nine's tactical display, a new spike lit up at the core of the structure. Dax sat forward. "There, right there. That is another resonance point. This one is huge. It is like a psychic detonation." Sisko did not hesitate. "All ships, this is Sisko. Target the coordinates I am transmitting on the Cube-S ventral side. All remaining torpedoes, full spread. Phaser arrays, maximum power. This is our window." Starfleet and Klingon captains acknowledged. Vessels wheeled, weapons swinging toward the highlighted spot on the green Cube-S underside. For a heartbeat, time seemed to take a breath. Then the defensive net unleashed everything it had left. Just as, deep inside the monster, the spirit of vengeance prepared to hurl his stare not at a single sinner, but at the beating heart of an empire of theft, setting the stage for a collision between cold perfection and burning guilt that would shake more than just one cube. The Queen did not look away. For a being like her, the concept of fear was theoretical. She knew it as a factor in equations, a lever to move lesser minds. She had watched it in others the way a scientist watched reactions in a lab. It had never been something she allowed herself to feel. So when Ghost Rider's flames flared and he said, "Again, look into my eyes," she did not flinch out of pride as much as curiosity. She wanted to see what this weapon actually was. His sockets became wells, not of light, but of depth. Green code reflected in them for a heartbeat, then melted. Her own image stretched and warped, elongating into a corridor lined with doors. Every door was marked with a species. Every handle was a conduit. He shoved. The pennant stare slammed into her like a fusion core going supercritical. It was not a beam of energy. It was an opening. Through that opening poured the suffering she had kept categorized and compartmentalized for centuries. She saw the first world they had ever taken. A pre-warp civilization staring at the sky as enormous black shapes blotted out their sun. Children dragged from their parents' arms by unfeeling metal hands. She felt their fingernails break on steel, heard their voices cracking as they begged in languages no Borg ever bothered to translate. She saw a Romulan warbird swallowed whole, its crew turned inside out while still conscious as implants chewed through their organs. She felt the terror of every drone who had realized, for one final lucid second, that they were losing themselves and there would be no one left to scream. She saw a Federation starship, the Enterprise, torn open at Wolf 359. Humans and Andorians pulled from the wreckage, half of them dead already, the other half about to wish they were. She felt Jean-Luc Picard's mind as they cut into it. The defiance, the horror, the moment something broke and the hive poured in. There was no filter, no distance, no time to file, sort, or justify. The pennant stare did not allow excuses. It only showed cause and effect, action and consequence, stripped of narrative. "You did this," Frank's presence growled under it all. "You chose this. You kept choosing it." For the first time, the Borg Queen screamed. The sound was not just in the chamber. It reverberated through the lattice in every direction. Drones shuddered in their alcoves. Some tore free, clutching at their heads. Others simply fell, legs folding, as their neural nets overloaded. Outside, the cube stumbled. From Deep Space Nine and the ships in formation, it looked almost like a physical lurch. The massive structure drifted half a degree off its course, beams flickering. For a ship of that size and mass, any deviation that sudden was shocking. "Now," Dax snapped. "That is our window." Her fingers flew over the tactical interface, locking in the coordinates she had highlighted. Cisco-S order went out across all frequencies. Fire. DS-9S phaser arrays lit up in golden arcs, every emitter focusing on one point on the cube S ventral surface. Starfleet cruisers and destroyers hurled volleys of photon and quantum torpedoes. Klingon disruptors roared, emerald spears punching through shredded shields. For a fraction of a second, the Cube S external grid tried to harden. The Queen, even writhing in the grip of Ghost Rider-S stare, still issued commands: reroute, reinforce, adapt. But her focus was fractured. Control pathways that would have shifted power were bottlenecked by pain, shield harmonics misaligned. Instead of a solid wall, the Dioshidi, incoming fire met a patchwork. The first wave of torpedoes hit and punched straight through. Armor that had withstood dozens of lesser attacks already was now weakened, latticed with micro-fractures from internal stress. Plates blew outward. Glowing green fluid and a cloud of drones erupted into space. The second wave followed through the breach, detonating inside the wound. The ventral section of the cube bulged like something under its skin was trying to get out. Then a jagged, city-sized chunk tore free, tumbling into the black, trailing sparks and bodies. On the Rotaran S bridge, Martok threw back his head and laughed like a madman. "Ha! That is blood," he exulted. "We have drawn its blood. Keep firing. Tear its guts out." Disruptor bolts hammered into the exposed interior. Federation phasers sliced in energy-sparing arcs, targeting whatever looked like power conduits and structural supports. More of the Cube S underbelly crumbled, pieces shearing off in slow, terrible avalanches. In ops, Kira braced herself as the shockwaves rippled through the defensive grid. She watched chunks of Borg hull tumble past the Station S sensors, some still spitting defensive fire until systems died. She allowed herself one tight smile. "That is for Bajor," she muttered. Inside the Queen S chamber, the world had become a cage of fire. Ghost Rider-S stare poured more and more memory into her. For a moment, he could feel the temptation again to just keep going until either she broke completely or he did, to drown the collective in its own sins. But even hellfire had limits when hijacking a network this vast. He felt the strain in his own essence, cracks spreading in his already fractured soul. If he pushed too far, he might not come back together. The Queen convulsed. Her knees buckled. Connection cables fed into her spine, sparked and smoked. She was the nexus. The hurt he was forcing through her went both ways. "Enough," she spat, voice ragged now, stripped of its calm veneer. "Enough." She did something he had not expected. Instead of trying to block the stare, she embraced it. Pathways that led through her into the collective snapped shut. She severed portions of herself from the hive, isolating segments of the network like cauterizing wounds. Whole sectors of the cube went dark as they were cut loose rather than allowed to carry the contamination further. The pain became hers alone. It focused, intensifying like a beam through a lens. "You think guilt will break me," she hissed, eyes blazing not with hellfire, but with a fractal reflection of it. "You do not understand. We do not carry guilt the way you do. We learn." Through the wail of suffering, she clung to the cold logic at her core. Yes, these actions caused pain. Yes, they were brutal, but they were efficient. They increased the collective S capabilities. Every species taken, every mind assimilated, had given them more tools, more options. If suffering was a price, it had already been paid. Her mind curved around the horror, enclosing it in justification. Ghost Rider felt it, the attempt to rationalize, to turn the penance stare into a lesson rather than a sentence. His fire flared hotter. "That is not how this works," he snarled. He pushed harder for one last brutal second, focusing not on the countless lesser scenes now, but on a few specific ones. The ones where the Borg had a choice and took the colder path anyway. He made her feel the moment they first encountered a species that willingly offered itself for assimilation, begging for perfection, and how the collective took them without a flicker of restraint. The moment they located a refuge colony of survivors hiding from previous attacks and chose to go after it, not because it was a threat, but because leaving them free was untidy. He made her feel the instant she had noticed a small, damaged cube limping away from a battle with a Federation ship, and had decided to divert resources to destroy it rather than rescue the drones aboard, because their experiences had too much individuality, too much contamination to be worth salvaging. "You made those calls," he said, voice low and terrible. "You decided they were acceptable losses. You decided how much suffering was worth efficiency. That makes you guilty." Her scream deepened, taking on a new note, not just pain, recognition. For a heartbeat, the justifications faltered. The cube shuddered again. Another section blew out from the external assault. Fires burned in vacuum. Drones tumbled, disconnected. Ghost Rider broke the stare. He had to. His own essence felt like glass about to shatter. He stumbled, knees hitting the platform for the first time since he had become this thing. Flames guttered, dropping to embers for a moment. The Queen sank too, catching herself on one hand. Smoke curled from her mouth as she inhaled, exhaled, recalibrated. Around them, the Chamber-S supporting structure groaned. Sparks rained from overhead conduits. "Enough," she repeated, but this time there was a tremor in it. "You have made your point. You have shown me the weight of our actions in a way numbers never could." Frank pushed himself up slowly, wobbling a little like an old man rising after a long fall. "Maybe that will keep you up at night," he rasped. "We do not sleep," she replied. "But yes, this will persist." "Good," he said. Then she bared her teeth in something. That was almost a smile. "And now it is my turn." She lunged, faster than he would have guessed she could move after that much assault. Cables snapped out from the floor and ceiling, wrapping around his limbs. They bit, not into flesh, but into the energy of his form, anchoring themselves in places he did not usually think about. Subspace hooks, quantum clamps. "Assimilation is not just metal and flesh," she said through gritted teeth. "It is pattern, and your pattern is unique." Needles unfolded from her hand, not the thin tubules of ordinary drones, but an array of microfine prongs humming with subspace charge. She drove them toward the cracked plating on his left forearm, where her earlier drone's fire had bitten deepest. They sank in. Every nerve he had left lit up like she had poured liquid nitrogen and molten lava into them at once. Nanoprobes built for entirely different biochemistries slammed into a being who was half damned soul, half cosmic furnace. Under normal circumstances, they would have failed to find purchase. But he was weakened. Her prongs were tuned not just to flesh, but to the energy matrices that held him together. The probes were not trying to rewrite DNA. They were trying to write to his curse. For a heartbeat, the collective touched the spirit of vengeance. Across the cube, drones paused. The Queen S eyes went wide. A torrent of alien data crashed into the hive. It was not orderly like theirs. It was jagged, raw, full of screams and fire, and the grinding sound of chains being dragged across asphalt. She saw Frank Castle's life not as individual moments, but as a single long wound. His family laughing in a park, the sound of gunfire, their bodies, his knees in their blood, his deal with Mephisto, the Hell years, the Galactus years, every sinner he had punished, every warlord he had burned, each one leaving a scar on his soul. And beneath all of it, a core of absolute, unyielding refusal to ever let the guilty go unmarked again. The hive reeled. Nanoprobes tried to encapsulate this as code. They had assimilated telepaths, empaths, even species with minor psionic abilities. This was something more systemic, an organizing principle. For an instant, the Queen saw what she had fantasized about. That vengeful impulse multiplied by billions, every drone a walking penance stare, every assimilation preceded by full awareness of what was about to be done. It almost broke her. Blood or whatever passed for it in her modified veins trickled from the corners of her eyes. Her hands spasmed, the prongs jerking inside Ghost Rider's arm. He leaned into it. "You wanted this," he snarled. "You wanted to know what it is to carry everything you have ever done. Enjoy." He grabbed her wrist with his free hand and gripped hard, locking her in. Flames rushed up the prongs in reverse, racing along the conduits into her body. They met the rushing tide of nanoprobes halfway, clashing like two armies on a bridge. Outside, the cube convulsed. Sections blew apart without being hit. Internal structures buckled as feedback surged through systems not designed for this kind of conflict. Drones all over the ship seized. Some fell, lifeless. Others dropped to their knees, hands clutching at their heads as two imperatives tried to overwrite each other in their neural nets. On the Defiant, Worf and his team saw the drones before them stiffen, eyes going unfocused. The green glow in their ocular implants flickered, then guttered. One simply collapsed. Another took a step forward, then stopped, head tilted as if listening to something no one else could hear. Worf blinked. "Now," he snapped. "Before they recover." They surged forward, finishing the staggered drones with well-placed blade strikes and disruptor bursts at close range. This time, there was no adaptation. In ops, Dax stared at the data. "The Cube-S power grid is cascading," she said. "There are systems coming offline I have never even seen before. Whatever Frank is doing, it is ripping them up from the inside." "Keep pouring it on," Sisko ordered. "Do not let up." The defensive net did not. With the Cube-S shields in chaos, every hit now bit deep. Hull plating shredded. Internal explosions blossomed. The massive structure began to list, hundreds of meters of its edge crumpling like a crushed can. In the Queen S chamber, light strobed wildly. Code rain turned to jagged lightning. The Queen and the Ghost Rider were locked together like two wrestlers in a death grip, each trying to push their essence into the other. "You cannot win," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Even if you destroy this vessel, the collective endures. There are others. There will always be others." "Yeah," he growled. "But you are going to remember this one." He could feel pieces of himself being gnawed at by nanoprobes. Little bits of his curse analyzed, tagged, added to libraries. The collective was learning even as it burned. Somewhere out there, other cubes, other nodes would get fragments of this data. They would be more cautious next time, more ready for beings like him. Fine, let them. He was not in the business of making future fights easy. He let go of restraint and let the hellfire surge. The flames that erupted were not just orange and blue now, but something deeper, almost black at the core. They crawled along cables and walls, eating not just matter, but code. Where they touched interfaces, they did not leave char. They left silence, severed links. The Queen shrieked as her connection to parts of the collective went dark. Whole chunks of her awareness vanished, excised by fire. For the first time since she had become what she was, she felt smaller. "You will be assimilated," she gasped, but there was no conviction in it now. It sounded like a rote phrase. Frank leaned close, empty sockets inches from her eyes. "Lady," he said, his voice quiet and almost gentle, "you have been trying to assimilate people your whole existence. It is about time you learned how it feels to be the one who loses yourself." He tore his hand free. The prongs in his arm snapped off, left embedded, but the connection broke. Flames flared from the wounds, burning the invasive tech to slag. The Queen staggered back, clutching her own head now as hellfire chewed through the pathways the nanoprobes had opened between them. Around them, the chamber-S supports finally gave under the stress. A section of ceiling collapsed. Massive cables whipped loose, flailing. One struck the Queen, hurling her across the platform. Ghost Rider stumbled toward the exit as the floor bucked. The bike came skidding to his side unbidden, answering his call. He swung onto it with a grunt, vision flickering. Behind him, the Queen dragged herself back toward her central mount. Her legs failed halfway. She pulled herself the rest of the distance by her arms, leaving streaks of some dark lubricant on the metal. Mechanical arms descended, trying to reattach, to reintegrate her body into the lattice, to restore control. Her eyes met his one last time through the chaos. "We will adapt," she rasped. "We will remember you, Frank Castle." "Good," he said, revving the engine, "because I am not done with you yet." He gunned the bike and shot out of the chamber just as the platform behind him tore free and dropped into darkness. Outside, the cube split. The combined fire from DS9, the Defiant, the Rotaran, and the other ships in the formation finally exceeded what the wounded structure could take. The ventral rupture widened, racing along internal load-bearing beams. A chain reaction of failures propagated, each one stripped of dampeners by hellfire in the core. The cube came apart along planes that made no sense for a purely physical object, like an impossible puzzle box exploding in slow motion. Whole city-sized sections broke off and tumbled away, still buzzing with half-dead power. Other parts simply disintegrated into a cloud of debris. A final, enormous flare of green-white light burst from the center. For a heartbeat, every display in the system went white. On Deep Space Nine, O'Brien flinched as his console sparked. "Shields are holding," he yelled. There is a massive energy surge wash, but it is dissipating. On the Defiant S bridge, Dax shielded her eyes and then blinked at the fading outline of the cube. "There is nothing left but fragments," she breathed. "We did it." Worf bared his teeth in a grim smile. "The Borg cube is destroyed," he announced. Sisko let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He looked at the tactical plot. Debris scattered across space. Some chunks were big enough to be dangerous. Others were just glittering dust. "Any sign of Ghost Rider?" he asked quietly. Dax hesitated. Internal readings are all over the place. We lost clear sensor lock when that last surge went off. I am picking up some kind of residual energy signature moving through the debris field, but it is faint. Sisko's jaw tightened. Put it on screen. The main viewer zoomed in, panning, across twisted pieces of Borg hull, spinning slowly like a field of knives. Between them, a streak of fire flickered erratically, its trail jagged instead of smooth. As the image sharpened, they saw him. Ghost Rider's motorcycle blazed a pale, ragged blue instead of its usual roaring inferno. Flames guttered from its wheels, sputtering in and out. The rider himself was hunched low over the handlebars, his form cracked, hellfire leaking from fractures like blood from wounds. Bits of metallic debris bounced off his aura, some penetrating deeper than they should have. "He is alive," Bashir breathed, exhausted, but alive. On the Rotaran, Martok roared approval. "There he is. By Kales, he rides out of the beast's carcass like a warrior from the Black Fleet. Glorious." The flaming bike weaved through the wreckage, heading instinctively toward the brightest concentration of familiar signatures. The station, the Defiant, the cluster of ships that smelled like allies instead of victims. The moment he cleared the densest debris, his engines faltered. The fire under him flickered once, twice, then went out. The bike dissolved under him in a cloud of dying embers. For a being like him, vacuum was irrelevant. He did not need air. But he needed a locus, a focus, and losing the machine he had poured so much essence into was like losing a limb. He tumbled, spinning slowly, the stars wheeling around him. Fragments of the cube passed by, some close enough to touch. In the distance, he saw the Station S silhouette, the Defiant S familiar outline, the faint glint of Klingon hull plating. He reached out a hand that felt suddenly very heavy. On the Defiant, Dax S console pinged. That energy signature just spiked and then dropped. "He is adrift," she said. "No propulsion. But he is still there. Beam him aboard," Sisko said instantly. "Now." Worf's hand flew to the transporter controls. He locked onto the flickering infernal energy pattern, gritting his teeth as the sensors complained about interference from the Cube's residual emissions. "Come on," he growled under his breath. He slammed the control. Out in space, Ghost Rider felt a familiar tingle. This time, it was not assimilation, not hellfire, but the cleaner, colder touch of Federation transporters. His fractured form disassembled into a column of flickering orange-blue particles and vanished. An instant later, he rematerialized on the Defiant S transporter pad. He dropped to one knee as the beam released him. His flames were barely more than coals. The white of his skull showed through cracked black plating like bone through burned flesh. For a second, he swayed. Chief O'Brien stood at the console, eyes wide. "Welcome back," he said, voice rough with relief. Frank looked up at him. For once, the eye sockets did not blaze with immediate anger. They were tired. "Thanks for the lift," he rasped. Then, because the universe was apparently determined not to give anyone a break, the ship's alarm klaxons hooted again. Dax's voice came over the intercom. "Captain, we are receiving new data from Starfleet. Those other cubes, they are changing course." "In ops," Kira's console chimed, updating the tactical plot. Two other Borg signatures had been advancing on different trajectories. Now, in the wake of the destroyed Cube's final scream, their paths altered. One was still heading toward the Inner Federation, toward Earth. The other was angling away, not retreating exactly, but curving on a long, arcing course through unclaimed space. Sisko's face hardened as he entered the transporter room and saw Frank staggering upright. He caught his arm to steady him, ignoring the residual heat. "It is not over," Sisko said. "That was just one cube. Picard is out there dealing with another, and a third is going somewhere we do not understand yet." Ghost Rider S flames flared faintly at the name Picard. He had touched that man S scars in the collective. He owed him something now. "Then we go help," Frank said simply. Sisko nodded grimly. "Yes, but we do not go in blind." He glanced at O'Brien. "Get him to sickbay, Chief. Dr. Bashir, treat him as best you can. Dax, put us on an intercept course for that third Cube S projected path, but hold position until we know what is happening at Earth." As orders rippled out and people scrambled to obey, Ghost Rider let himself be guided off the pad. His steps were heavy, each one leaving a faint scorch mark on the deck that slowly cooled. Inside him, the echo of the Queen S voice lingered. "We will remember you, Frank Castle." He remembered her too, the look in her eyes when guilt had finally broken through, the way she had clawed her way back to cold resolve anyway. Part of him wanted to chase her ghost across the galaxy until nothing was left of the collective but cinders. Another part knew there were other priorities now. People he had chosen, yes, chosen to protect. For the first time since he had woken as the Cosmic Ghost Rider, those two impulses were starting to align. He suspected that whatever came next, the Borg would not be the only ones forced to adapt. Sickbay on the Defiant buzzed with controlled chaos. Dr. Bashir stood over the bio bed that currently held something his instruments didn't know how to categorize. The readouts above Ghost Rider S prone form shifted rapidly, numbers flickering as the computer tried to interpret data that broke its models. One moment, they read like a warp core diagnostic. The next, like a low-level EM storm. Sometimes, for a disorienting second, they simply displayed error codes. Bashir frowned, adjusting the sensor bands for the third time. "Every time I think I've calibrated this thing to you, you change again," he muttered. "It's just like trying to take the pulse of a thunderstorm." Ghost Rider lay still, flames reduced to a faint dim glow around his cracked skull. His armor looked scorched from the inside out, as if something had tried to rip its way free. Yet despite all that, there was nothing fragile about him. In this depleted state, he radiated a coiled potential, as if given half a spark, he'd be up again, ready to burn. "How bad is it, Doc?" Chief O'Brien asked quietly from the foot of the bed. He'd refused to leave until he knew the stranger who had just saved them all wasn't about to crumble into ash. Bashir studied the readings. Bad by our standards. According to his, I honestly don't know. He pointed at the hovering graph. His energy matrix has been heavily disrupted. Whatever the Borg tried to do when they plugged into him, it left scars. But look here. He tapped a part of the display where a slow upward trend barely registered. He's regenerating, not the way a human would. It's more like his pattern is stitching itself back together, pulling in ambient energy from everywhere. The lights, the warp field harmonics, even the station's EM background. Give him time and I think he'll be fine. Ghost Rider S jaw moved slightly, the hollow sockets shifting toward Bashir. His voice, when it came, was rough but steady. "I heard that, Doc. Fine is generous." Bashir jumped slightly and then smiled, relief loosening his shoulders. "Well, your sense of humor seems intact. O'Brien stepped closer, grinning despite himself. "How are you feeling, Frank?" "Like I swallowed a supernova and washed it down with broken glass," Ghost Rider said. He flexed his fingers. A tiny flare of flame licked between them. "But I've had worse. The Borg, they bite hard." "They tried to assimilate you," Bashir said softly. It was not really a question. Ghost Rider's empty gaze went distant for a moment, back into that impossible chamber. "Yeah, for a second they got a hand on the wheel, tried to read my curse like a manual." He snorted. "Didn't like what they found." Before Bashir could ask more, the comm system chirped. Dax's voice came through, brisk and urgent. "Captain Sisko to the bridge. We have an incoming transmission from Starfleet Command Priority 1. It's about the other cubes." Sisko's reply came immediately. "On my way." He turned to Ghost Rider, who had pushed himself up onto one elbow with visible effort. Sisko moved to his side, resting a firm hand on his shoulder to keep him from rising further. "You've done enough for now," Sisko said. "Rest. We'll handle this." Frank's flames flickered in something like protest. "The Borg are still out there. Picard's fighting one, another S on the move." "I should be, you will be," Sisko cut in gently. "But you just tore the heart out of a cube from the inside. Even spirits of vengeance need to let the fire bank between infernos." There was steel under the calm tone. Ghost Rider recognized it. Command. Responsibility. The same weight he felt on battlefield commanders in his own universe. The ones who knew when to push and when to pull their people back. He managed a small nod. "Fine. But if you need me, we'll call," Sisko promised. He squeezed the burning shoulder, once ignoring the mild sting, and headed for the door, O'Brien falling in alongside him. On the bridge, the main viewer already showed the stern face of Admiral Ross, patched through amid a haze of static and signal distortion from the recent energy blast. "Benjamin," Ross greeted, shadows under his eyes. "I've been watching your battle from the tactical feed. Damn fine work. You saved DS9 and probably half the sector." "We had help," Sisko said simply. "What is the situation elsewhere?" Ross sighed, glancing off screen. The second cube made a run at the coreward sectors. Starfleet's 4th Fleet intercepted them near Beta Z. Heavy losses, but with the disruption your friend caused, their coordination was off. They broke formation at an odd moment, and we exploited it. The cube was destroyed. Dax's eyes widened. The disruption propagated through the collective. "Looks that way," Ross agreed. Sensors recorded a weird psychic feedback type event just before both your cube and the one near Beta Z started misstepping. We are still analyzing, but whatever happened in there rattled them. Sisko felt a chill. He thought of Frank locked in that mental war with the Queen. Even out here, they'd have felt the aftershocks. "And Earth?" Sisko asked. "The cube heading there altered course after that same disturbance," Ross said. "Changed vectors twice. It's like they suddenly weren't sure of their objective. Picard's task force used the confusion to corner them in the outer solar system. They are still fighting, but initial reports say the Cube's weapon output is down. Its drones are unreliable. Some are even shutting down mid-engagement." Kira let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Around Ops, shoulders visibly lowered. "Then there's the 3rd cube," Ross went on, "the one on that wide arc. We were sending you all the telemetry we have." The tactical display beside the viewer updated, showing a faint green icon tracing a long, sweeping path across a star chart. "It's not heading for any known Federation world," Dax said, leaning in. "That trajectory takes it toward the Gamma Quadrant border, but not directly, more like it is skirting the edge of populated space." Odo stepped closer, arms folded. "Those coordinates," he murmured. "Approximate bearing toward the region of the Great Link." Kira snapped her head toward him. "The Founder's homeworld." Odo nodded slowly, roughly. "It's a long way yet. But if the Borg learned of the link during the war, if they obtained even snippets of Dominion navigational data, they might decide shapeshifters are the next perfection to assimilate." The thought hung in the air like a toxin. "If the Borg assimilate changelings," Worf said flatly from tactical, "they would gain infiltration capabilities beyond anything we can counter. No ship, no government would be safe." Ross S.'s expression was grim. "We've had the same thought. The Dominion S in shambles after the war, but the link itself is still there. Starfleet command is split. Some argue we should warn them, others say that S their problem after everything they did." "And you?" Sisko asked. Ross hesitated only a second. "Whatever else they are, a Borg Founder hybrid would be a nightmare for everyone. We can allow that. But even at maximum warp, our nearest ships are days from intercept. You're the closest organized defense, Benjamin." He didn't have to say the rest. DS9, sitting by the wormhole, with the Defiant and a handful of battle-tested ships in orbit, was now the thin line between a wounded but still dangerous Borg and a weakened but still potent Dominion core. Sisko glanced at Dax. "Can we reach that cube before it gets too close to Dominion space?" She ran the numbers, eyes flicking across her console. "If we leave within the next few hours and push the Defiant and our fastest escorts to their limits, maybe. We want to catch them easily. They have transwarp corridors we can T-match. But if they re-damaged from Frank S interference, they might not be moving at full capacity." Ross cut in. "I am not ordering you to pursue, Benjamin. You've just come out of one hell of a fight. Your crews are exhausted. Your station took a beating, but you needed to know the stakes." Sisko straightened. "With respect, Admiral, I don't see that we have much choice. DS9 was built to stand at the mouth of the wormhole. If there's a threat heading toward the Gamma Quadrant that could destabilize the whole region, we can just sit and hope someone else deals with it." Ross S. lips twitched. "I thought you'd say that. Starfleet will route whatever reinforcements we can spare to your position. Just don't get yourself killed. We need station commanders who can actually win." The transmission ended. For a moment, Ops was quiet, except for the distant hum of repairs echoing through the station S-bones. Kira spoke first. "You were really thinking of going after that cube?" Sisko looked at the slowly scrolling path on the display, then at the wormhole outside the viewport, its golden swirls placid for now. "The war with the Dominion taught us," he said quietly, "that threats from the Gamma Quadrant Don T stay in the Gamma Quadrant. If the Borg assimilate the Founders, or even just get their hands on one changeling, and figure out how to replicate that ability, it won't matter which side of the wormhole we re on." He turned toward the doors. "We'll need a plan, a small, fast strike force, the Defiant, the Rotaran, any other escorts we can scrounge. And you all want the burning skeleton man," Kira finished dryly, one eyebrow raised. Sisko allowed himself a brief smile. "And Frank, yes, if he is up to it." In sickbay, Bashir finished applying a final field adjustment around Ghost Rider's arm. The broken prongs the Queen had left, embedded there, were now nothing but molten slag, dripped onto a tray for later study. "I'm not sure what good this will do you," Bashir said honestly. "But I've stabilized the ambient energy around your wounds. It should make it easier for you to reconstitute." Ghost Rider flexed his hand again. This time, the fire between his knuckles flared a little brighter. "Feels better," he admitted, "like you turned down the static." Bashir nodded. "Think of it as a very primitive, very limited version of whatever cosmic repair system you have. Just giving it less interference to fight against." The doors hissed open. Cisco stepped in, the purposeful energy around him marking the end of any pretense of rest. "How long until he has combat effective?" Cisco asked Bashir without preamble. Bashir considered. "If by combat effective you mean able to punch through starship hulls with his bare hands and shrug off heavy weapons fire, I'd say not long enough. But if you mean able to stand and fight and not disintegrate, then perhaps a few hours. He's healing faster now." Frank swung his legs off the bed and stood. It wasn't a graceful, more a controlled fall, but he stayed upright. "I will be ready," he said, voice like grinding stone. "Where are we going?" Cisco met his gaze. "There's another cube, heading in the vague direction of the Dominion S-Core worlds, possibly the Great Link. We intend to intercept before it gets anywhere near them." For a second, Ghost Rider was quiet. Then he snorted. "You're gonna save the people who tried to conquer you from the monsters who want to eat them." "That's the Federation," Cisco said simply. "We don't let someone be assimilated by a greater evil just because they were our enemy yesterday." Frank S. flames brightened. "Just a hair. Morally complicated. I like it." He rolled his shoulders. Cracks in his armor glowed and then sealed, like metal cooling after being hammered. "Count me in." They gathered in the wardroom shortly after the same cramped space where they had planned the strike against the Dominion not so long ago. Now, instead of Dominion ship schematics, the hollow display in the center showed a rotating image of a Borg cube slowly making its way across a grid of stars. Around the table sat Cisco, Dax, Kira, Worf, Odo, Martok, and a holographic projection of Admiral Ross. Ghost Rider stood with his back to the bulkhead, arms folded, a silent, infernal presence listening. Dax pointed at the projected course. The cube S slowing. Not by much, but enough to suggest internal issues. Maybe whatever Frank did to the Queen and the Collective is still rippling. Martok grunted approvingly. "Good. We'll hit them while they limp. We can assume they were helpless," Odo warned. "The Founders are paranoid and dangerous, but they are also rational. If they detect a Borg cube heading their way, they may act, and they have long memories of off-world interference. Meaning they might not welcome us showing up on their doorstep," Kira said. "Meaning," Odo said, "we may find ourselves caught between a wounded Borg and a frightened, angry god pool." Cisco rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "We're not going to the link if we can help it. Our goal is to intercept and deal with the cube before it reaches Dominion space. After that, we can warn them or not, as we decide." Ross S. projection nodded. "Starfleet concurs. If you can destroy or disable that cube at the edges of known space, all the better. If not, at least we'll know what it is planning." Ghost Rider spoke up for the first time. "I might be able to give you a bit more time." They all looked at him. "I still feel a thread," he went on slowly, as if searching for the right words. When the Queen tried to dig into me, she opened a path. I burned most of it, but there's a trace. I can tug on it, distract them, slow their coordination. Won't last forever, but it might buy you an opening. Dax's eyes lit. If we combine that with the shield harmonic resonance we exploited before Cisco held up a hand, one step at a time. Frank, can you do that without burning yourself out again? Ghost Rider gave a low chuckle. Probably. Maybe. Worth the risk. Cisco stared at him for a long moment. In that cracked, flaming skull, he saw something he recognized from his own reflection after too many battles, the awareness of limits and the willingness to push just beyond them for the sake of others. Then we all let you, Cisco said, on one condition. Frank tilted his head. Yeah? You don't try to carry the whole universe's sins by yourself, Cisco said quietly. You're not alone out there. You have a ship full of people behind you. Let us do our part too. For a second, the flames in Ghost Rider's eyes flickered oddly, as if caught by an unexpected gust of emotion. He gave a short nod. I'll try, he said. It wasn't a promise he'd ever made before. Orders were given. Crews hurried to stations. The Defiant S systems hummed back toward full readiness, scarred but functional. The Rotaran signaled its own preparations, Klingon warriors eager for another clash with a worthy foe. A handful of other ships, Starfleet light cruisers, and one tough little escort that had survived more battles than its designers had intended, fell into formation. Bajor hung quiet and beautiful below. The wormhole swirled calmly ahead. Cisco stood once more in the Defiant S center seat. On his right, Dax monitored trajectories. On his left, Worf watched weapons and shields. Behind him, Kira and Odo coordinated with DS9 from auxiliary stations, voices flowing between ship and station like overlapping currents. Ghost Rider stood near the rear bulkhead, one skeletal hand, resting on the frame as if feeling the thrum of the engines directly through the metal. All ships report ready, Captain, Dax said. Cisco nodded. Open a channel to the task force. Channel open. This is Captain Benjamin Sisko, he said, voice carrying through the fleet. We've just faced down and destroyed one Borg cube. 2 more have been dealt with elsewhere. We are bruised, tired, and short of miracles, but we are not done. There is 1 more cube on a path that could endanger the entire quadrant if it reaches its goal. So we are going to intercept it. We are going to hit it with everything we have. And we are going to remind the Borg that this galaxy is not theirs to consume. He glanced back, just once, at the burning figure watching. We are not alone, he added. We have with us a very unusual ally. He has shown the Borg something they do not understand, what it means to feel the weight of what they've done. We're going to use that, but in the end, it is to still our phasers, our torpedoes, our courage that will win the day. So hold the line, fight hard, and come home. He cut the channel. Helm, he said, turning forward again. Set course for the projected intercept point. Maximum warp. Aye, sir, the helmsman replied. The Defiant turned smoothly, nose tipping toward the stars where the Borg cube waited somewhere far ahead. The stars on the view screen shifted, warp stars stretching. Ghost Rider straightened, feeling the ship gather itself. He closed his eyes, points of flame in a dark skull, and reached internally for that faint, terrible thread the Queen had left behind. It slid under his mental fingers like cold wire, angling across subspace toward the retreating cube. He tugged gently, not enough to fully reconnect, just enough to make his presence known. Far away in the heart of that other Borg vessel, a tremor passed through the neural net. Drones paused, fractionally. The supervising node registered a familiar contamination spike and adjusted course a fraction of a degree off its path without quite knowing why. Tiny hesitations began to ripple through its coordination. The Queen, if this cube had won, felt a ghost of pain echoing from the memories etched into the network. Fire, chains, eyes like bottomless pits. She hissed, somewhere deep in her latticed throne, and began rerouting control pathways preemptively, trying to wall off the infection before it grew. But in those few moments of uncertainty, its trajectory wobbled, its defenses slipped, its future engagement parameters shifted. On the Defiant, Ghost Rider opened his eyes. "They felt that," he said quietly. "How much did it do?" Dax asked. "Enough to make them twitch," he answered. "You'll have to make that count." Sisko nodded grimly. "We will." The warp field wrapped around them, space distorting as the little warship leapt forward, followed by its ragtag pack of allies. Behind them, Deep Space Nine grew smaller in the view screen, the familiar ringed silhouette standing, guard over the wormhole. On the station's promenade, Quark watched the departing streaks of light from a viewport, shaking his head. "Idiots," he muttered, though there was no real malice in it. Running off after Borg cubes. They were going to get themselves killed or rich on salvage. And will anyone think to cut me in? No, he sighed, polishing a glass that didn't need polishing. Still, he added under his breath, if they bring back anything worth selling, I'll give the Flaming Skull a discount, a small one. In a quiet alcove of the Bajoran temple, Kira lit a single candle before the ancient, gleaming tablet that hung on the wall, the prophet's language etched across its surface. She bowed her head. "We are going to face something else now," she whispered. "Something even the prophets might find complicated. If you had anything to do with bringing him here, with helping us through this, keep an eye on him. And on us." The flame flickered once, as if in acknowledgement. Odo, standing at a window in his security office, watched the stars too. The thought of Borg nanoprobes slithering into the Great Link made his form twist uncomfortably. He was almost grateful that if it came to that, he would likely be far away, fighting on the outside. At least there, choices were clearer. He thought of Ghost Rider's words. "You were not beyond redemption." "Let us hope," he murmured, "that applies to more than one kind of monster." Out beyond Bajor, the Defiant and her companions streaked toward a confrontation none of them could fully imagine. On her bridge, surrounded by the people he trusted more than anyone, Sisko sat with his hands folded, eyes on the stars. Beside him, a man who was no man at all stood quietly, hellfire banking, chains at rest for now. They were an unlikely pair, a Starfleet captain who had fought gods and dictators with stubborn faith, and a cursed soul who had once believed the only justice worth pursuing was written in blood and flame. Yet here they were, heading into the dark together. "Frank," Sisko said after a long moment. "Yeah?" Ghost Rider replied, not looking away from the swirling tunnel of warp. "When this is over, however it ends, you will have a choice. Go home. Stay. Keep riding. Maybe you will decide you've done enough." Ghost Rider gave a low, amused sound. "I don't think enough is in my vocabulary." "Maybe it should be," Sisko said. "Maybe not today, but one day." Frank was quiet for a beat. "We'll see," he said. "For now, there's a cube out there, and some very bad ideas attached to it." He turned his head slightly, ember eyes catching the reflections of starlight on the view screen. "Let us go show them what happens," he said, "when the final frontier meets the last thing the guilty ever see." Warp space roared around them, a tunnel of streaking lights and swirling colors. Somewhere ahead, a wounded but dangerous Borg cube moved through the void, adjusting, adapting, already trying to calculate how to devour the next obstacle in its path. This time, the obstacle was ready, and as the Defiant hurtled onward, engines straining, weapons charged, a faint, hungry smile seemed to curl in the flicker of Ghost Rider-S flames. Whatever awaited them out there, Borg, Founders, or something stranger, still one thing was certain. The spirit of vengeance had found a new frontier, and he wasn't done with it yet.